Man, y'all know we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and the better understand the self, man. Salute to the water drop game, man. I appreciate everybody who been subscribed. I just hit 10,000, man. I'm so excited to for this year. Everybody who been supporting me. Very thankful and very much appreciated for y'all, man. For real. But we'll wait for everybody to get in. Y'all know we're gonna have a big one today. Let the Negro fight his own battles. That's what they said to us. Let the Negro fight his own battles. I'm gonna get into that, man. We're gonna get into the whole. They didn't want to ally with us. They wanted us to fight our own battles. I'm gonna get into that. But we got a good one today, man. We got a good one. We're gonna get into a little bit of the protesting that's going on. Y'all know we staying home, but let's get to it. I don't want to waste y'all time, man. Salute, salute, salute. Make sure y'all smash that like button. It pushed me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. But without further ado, man, let's get it. Let's get it. Wait, first I want to show y'all what Joe Biden did. Check this out. Before I get to the let the Negro fight his own battles. Check this out. Y'all know we don't rock with Omar, but he said something.
Right.
When Joe Biden got elected, he said he wanted to fast track 4 million undocumented residents to full citizenship.
Yep.
Black people completely ignored it.
Exactly.
I spoke on it. I said, do you know why he want to fast track 4 million?
So he don't have
Because
to worry about you.
No, we did it.
He ain't going to be motivated to vote for him November.
Exactly.
So what he's going to do is have these migrants already set up with citizenship so they can replace the black vote that he loses.
Dr. Umar is 100% right.
The migrants are being put in our communities on purpose, New York and Chicago on purpose, because they are the two blackest cities in America. They're the two largest cities in America. They're the two most politically conscious black communities in America. So if we can wash out the black with the brown in New York, if we can wash out the black with the brown in Chicago, Philly don't stand a chance. Atlanta don't stand a chance. LA, Houston, Dallas, Detroit, Chicago don't stand a chance. The migrants are here for 3 reasons. Replace us at the polls, replace us at the low-end industry jobs.
I think that's actually what's happening, though. I do. He's completely right.
When Joe Biden got elected, he said he wanted to fast track 4 million undocumented residents.
So that's why we seeing a lot of the residents there, man. But I just wanted to show that, just to, a preview before this one I got right here. But yeah, y'all, they've been trying to replace us, man. DJ Specs, what's good, family? Man, I appreciate y'all. Y'all got me to 10. Y'all got me there, family. Straight up. But yeah, check this out. We going in. This is what. Man, where is that? This is. Let me get that. Here we go. Get down skids, man. All right, let me share this. My bad, y'all. I'm finna get it. No, not that. Here go, y'all.
Lived in China or even Russia or any totalitarian country, maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions.
We're gonna open up the chat too, man.
History has shown us that black people are not racist. Doing civil rights.
I'm gonna touch on that Tyreek in Africa, man. I've been seeing that. I'm gonna touch on that after this. That's a good one, but I'm gonna give y'all my take on that. That's been going viral.
We was fighting for everybody while everybody was fighting against us. They have played their little games to get some of the benefits. You know what I'm saying, to help push the Immigration Act, civil rights, affirmative action, but a lot of them was coming against what we had going on. So it ain't like we making shit up. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people like to throw a rock and have their hand, and then once we start calling out the shit that really goes on, they want to say, that's racist. So let's go to this is another LULAC 1952 and shit. You know what I'm saying? People always been against us when we really been for everybody. You know what I'm saying? We let people come into our neighborhoods. We open up the neighborhood, open arms, and then they say, people start doing little shit to try to push us out of our neighborhood. We not making this shit up. This is what really goes on. So you can't have dare you call us racist. You know what I'm saying? Our history shows that we the ones that create the Black and Brown coalition. When everybody, you get the Hispanic caucus, and they don't never talk about Black and Brown. It's just brown people. So while we still to this day talk about
what's good,
doing things for everybody else, putting everybody else before us, but we somehow. And now let's go to a little bit recent. What's the name of LA? We everybody know about the LA City Council racism and everything that was done. They scheming and plotting behind people's.
And we see how they treat our Black people out there in California, man. Shout out to everybody, man, in Cali. We got to hold it down. They are very disrespectful out there, bro. Very disrespectful, bro. Katrina, they shoved U.S. in a stadium, no hotels. They came over here with Biden and got EBT and hotels and Black school. For real. Biden got 4 million immigrants over here. They're here to replace us, and we don't. A lot of people don't see that. We got people online telling us that you're going to be next. The ICE is getting them and you're going to be next. We don't want to hear that right now. We know that's all you're trying. That's the Democratic scare tactics that they use, fam.
Back trying to push Black people out of discriminate against Black people. So we're not racist. You know what I'm saying? What it is we're checking the temperature. If you're gonna be with us all the way. You know what I'm saying? Don't be choosing when you want to act like you're allies to Black people. Then be
facts. Listen, we recognize patterns. We understand patterns, man. And we not just finna jump out there no more like y'all trying to get us to do that. And it's really Caucasians, really. I see that. This a Caucasian fight. But for anybody, ain't nobody jumping out there.
Behind the scenes, you're doing a lot of conniving shit. We don't have a history of being racism. In our world, we would like for everybody to be together. But the world acts like they on our side, but they secretly behind closed doors scheming, plotting, and discriminating against us. And then when we call it on it, want to call us racist, I play dumb. You know what I'm saying? We don't have a history of being racist. We're just calling out the bullshit. If you're gonna be an ally to Black people, be an ally. If you're gonna help us, and don't look for.
They gotta stop with all this saying FBA is racist, bro. Y'all know it ain't no racist bone in our body. Y'all know that. Tariq Nasheed just went to Africa, bro. Y'all gotta stop this. Like, the people who saying all of this hateful stuff, I don't know where they get it from, but I am going to touch on that. Tariq went to Africa. But don't nobody hate y'all, man.
Handouts. You know what I'm saying? We don't help other people and ask them to do anything for us. You know what I'm saying? We don't ask that. But everybody wants us to fight for them, and we get nothing in return.
And they got PBS. They got this documentary series. They got John Leguizamo doing what we call Hidden Churros.
Luke, Tony.
Basically doing a documentary series that's basically a carbon copy of Hidden Colors, where they're superimposing all of these false Latino claims on history. You understand? And we're going to see a lot more of that, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see a lot of this stuff. They got something where they were talking about, they went through something called Juan Crow. Yeah, Black people were going through Jim Crow, but they were going through Juan Crow.
Juan Crow.
Where's that? Let me find the clip, family. Let me find this clip real quick.
Make sure y'all hit that like button, man. But I appreciate everybody getting me to 10,000, man. I got a lot more followers. I appreciate everybody that's been rocking with me. All love, man, for real.
Hold on. Let me show this clip from PBS. It's a PBS documentary. Man, listen to this. Okay, this is called Voices, The Untold History of Latinos. Fair use, fair use, fair use, ladies and gentlemen, fair use, fair use, fair use. Listen to this.
While Dolores Huerta and others were fighting for civil liberties in the fields, Latinos continued to be subjected to Jim Crow laws, also known as Juan Crow laws.
There was nothing called Juan Crow.
Appreciate you, fam.
Okay? Family, there was nothing called no damn Juan Crow.
No.
Oh, there was nothing called Juan Crow back then.
And these Jim Crow laws were statutes that legalized segregation and made Latinos second-class citizens in their own country.
Own country how? How are you second-class citizens? Your own country is Mexico, Puerto Rico, Colombia.
In the early 20th century, the Jim Crow laws were developed to separate blacks from whites. Latinos had their own system of Jim Crow, which people now refer to as Juan Crow.
Okay, this is something they keep saying.
So y'all see, they got Juan Crow. Whoever it applies. Dang, Tony, what's going on? He put that, y'all still begging the Buster Mexicans to be our friends, the dumb Democrat. Yeah, the Democrats. He's saying but the Democrats, it's more than being their friend. They actually funded them to be here. It's crazy.
This Juan Crow. There was nothing called Juan damn Crow.
I don't know.
And yeah, they had a couple of signs in Texas, and that's pretty much it. They had a couple of places that had these signs in Texas. It was no damn Juan Crow.
They couldn't live in every neighborhood. They had to attend segregated schools, segregated churches.
So here we have the effects of Jim Crow laws in the Southwest. Two larger populations in the Southwest. And as you can see, the order is it's intent.
We can't even have our own trauma. They trying to steal our trauma. Everything we went through is like some other race went through. You right, Broadcar. You right on that. But cosplaying.
No dogs, Negroes, or Mexicans. And if you're Mexican, you're at the bottom of it, even lower than dogs.
Family, there was nothing called no Juan Crow back in those days. Juan Crow is something that they made up in 2008. It was some journalist made up Juan Crow to try to make a comparative struggle. Wasn't no damn Juan Crow. And they're recognized as white. They just weren't white enough. They're trying to make it seem like it was an equal struggle. You're not going to do that because some of the Latino organizations during real Jim Crow, they told us to kick rocks. Like, yeah, y'all struggle ain't our struggle. Y'all not going to sit up here and talk about some damn Juan Crow. Y'all told us, y'all tooted y'all ass up at us and told us where to kiss it.
That's crazy.
Ain't no damn Juan Crow. Y'all was sitting up here fighting to be classified as white. LULAC brags about being able to classify everybody who's Latino as white. Yeah, the League of United Latin American Citizens. There you go. The League.
And this also shows how fake the NAACP is. Crandell Williams put Juan Crow came out in 2008. Yep, I just Googled it. Dang, so it's just out. Salute, Curly Locks. I appreciate you always tapping in with me. I appreciate y'all, fam. But listen, Juan Crow just came out in 2008. This is a prime example of what they do to our stuff. Everything we get, if it's the Black Panther Party, whatever, anything that we get is like it's trying to be diluted. So you can say, you know, somebody else had the same thing we had. This is just disrespectful to our trauma. But what do we expect? This is tethered behavior. This is tethered behavior, bro. This is what they do when they come here. You know, they try to latch on to something that, you know, that we got. This is what they do.
League of United Latin American Citizens, this big organization. During real Jim Crow, they publicly came out against us, family. They were like, yeah, that stuff those Negroes are going through, their struggle ain't our struggle. Let them do them. You ain't about to sit here and try to make it a comparative damn struggle like we were struggling together. Don't let them do that, man.
Xenophobia has its definition, absolutely.
So my point is, we need to tell that to them Democrats, that them people said, let the Negro fight his own battles. His problems is not mine. I don't want to ally with him. That's how I'm feeling right now in 2026. I don't want to ally with nobody. I don't want to ally right now. I just need us to be delineating and making sure nobody is taking advantage of things that our ancestors put down. But we don't want to ally right now. We don't want to go out there and boots on the ground and be fighting with ICE. We don't want to do that. You know, Biden let y'all in. You know, Biden need to try to let y'all out. And that's why we seeing all these white people up there trying to stop them from they want them immigrants here.
But there are many ways to enact xenophobia, and I'm sorry. Why are you choosing to say this ain't our fight the moment you see Black and brown people being hurled?
Y'all want to know where the Latinos was at during the civil rights movement, why Black Americans was putting emphasis on racial pride and fighting for systemic change? They were fighting to be white by any means necessary, assimilators. And that meant to avoid any racial solidarity because they didn't want to jeopardize their movement of being white. Look, this is what their leaders had to say. One of their leaders said that, yeah, I know Black Americans are being treated unfairly, but I don't think they deserve everything we deserve. The Latino Americans, the Mexican Americans. Paul insisted that Mexican Americans as white as any Anglo-Saxon, and that any alliances with Black activist leaders will jeopardize their.
You right, Jarhead. Listen, we know it's not white, it's white leftists. You know what I'm saying? It is white people on the right, but it ain't total all white people. We know it's a selective few at the top. So we understand who it is. But when people say white people, they're meaning them type of white people that's colonizers, you know, not the ones that's, you know, standing on White Panther Party business. You feel me? Little Big Mama Jones, what's good? I love Mickey. What's good, Mickey?
Movement to being white will jeopardize their whiteness. It don't stop there. Here's another one. Latin Americans of Mexican descent belong to the Caucasian race, therefore they are white. And I know y'all seen this. There
you go right there, Captain Private. KG, what's good, family? Holding me down since a minute, man. But yeah, I appreciate y'all tapping in. Let's get to it, man. It's below freezing. These cave dwellers couldn't pay me to come out there. Oh, congrats. Little Big Mama Jones. Salute to you. Congrats.
right here, the Black American fight is just simply not the Latino fight. And let's not talk about how anti-Black Americanist these Black immigrants are.
Factor just solved my boring dinner problem. With over 100 weekly options, I never have to eat the same thing twice.
Originally sounds. Fight their own battles. Their problems are not my problems. I do not want to align with Black people.
You know who said that? A Mexican American activist. He said this during the 60s when the NAACP reached out to their community for allyship to fight against, to reduce racial segregation and discrimination. These was his words. The Negro battles are not my problems. I do not want to ally with the Negro. And even back then, white racists had negative stereotypes about Mexican Americans to justify their oppression of Mexican Americans. And they still decide to fight for whiteness. You hear me? Whiteness. This guy right here, Felix, he was the leader of the League of United Latin American Citizens, and he made that statement. Their strategy to fight against racial segregation and discrimination was to pursue whiteness.
To those stating, it is not my fight.
Whoo, let me stop you right there. That was LULAC in 1957. While we were fighting the civil rights battle, LULAC said the Negro problems was not their problem. In fact, quoted from their national president, Felix Tijerina, he said, quote, "Let the Negro fight his own battles," end quote. So y'all been saying that our problems is not y'all problems. So we just giving you the same.
For real, and let y'all fight y'all own battles. And it would be like that if the Democrat Party wasn't trying to say, we need to get out there too. And they paying all this influence money to these influencers to come out with all this content to provoke us to go out there. Any Mexican gang member from the 60s will tell you that when their family migrated here, they were more close to the whites. They joined gangs to combat us blacks, but they also loved our R&B soul. Okay. Let's get it.
Same energy you've been giving us for a long time now. As quoted from the book here, Fighting Their Own Battles, about the Mexican American.
Extra lovely. Appreciate you tapping in the building. I know we appreciate you. We love you for the information. Extra lovely.
African Americans and the struggle for civil rights in Texas by Brian Binkin. So, you know, your battles are not my battles. That's what LULAC said. I'm just giving you the same energy.
Y'all salute the little big Mama Joan. Miss Mickey is a granny. Salute to that, man. Blessings to the family, Mickey. Yeah, the Jones family trying to be like the Joneses.
So what a lot of people don't know is that Mexico is border with Guatemala.
Yes.
Okay, we don't let them in. So the same thing that America does to Mexico, we do to Guatemala. Okay, it just the news is CNN, Fox, CNN, MSNBC, New York Post. They're never going to show you that. Just so you know, Mexico is extremely racist. So we have what are like
Guatemalans,
even to its own Mexicans. So you got to remember, Mexico was dominated by the Spaniards. The only reason I look the way I look is because I'm 65% Spaniard.
Yeah.
Mexicans, like real Mexicans, or which is known as Mexica, not Mexico, Mexica, are 5'4", super dark with big noses and the heads pushed back. Aztecs and Mayans,
like Indians,
Indians.
Yes.
Well, we're natives, right?
Yeah.
So we're blended. So the reality is, in Mexico, till this day, if you are not light complected, somewhat tall, you're frowned upon to this day. And by the way, they're very.
Y'all, this video that I'm doing, this is just more proof that we need to stay out behind home. We need to remember this when people did not want to, they don't want to join. They don't want to say blacks need reparations. They don't even want to say that. Ask them lefties, the white lefties out there right now in Minnesota, if they agree with reparations. They're going to be like, no, I'm not for reparations. I don't want to pay that. But I'm paying all of these billions to these other countries and immigrants. I look out for them, but I don't want to look out for Americans. Are you crazy? But I want you to come help me with ICE. Can you come help me? They're going to get you next. This is the kind of stuff we got to go through, y'all. The only Mexican that keeps it real is Rico. That's what they give us. Rico charge, man.
It's called the League of United Latin American Citizens.
Real
And that
fake.
was
What's
never
good,
a
family?
champion of racial
Appreciate
justice. The acronym spells LULAC. There was a gentleman, his name was Felix Tarina, and he literally had an open rejection of Black solidarity. So it's not like.
Now, speaking of Mr. Sterling here, somebody in the chat was talking to me about us getting lawyers together to fight for the reparations. I got to make sure I hit that. Uncle D live right now. Okay, what you mean, Willie D? Oh, Uncle D. Okay, Dennis Sterling. Okay, they were talking about us getting lawyers together and coming up with the reparations. The same thing that. Man, I can't think of my man's name. Johnny Cochran. I should never be able to forget that name. I'm tripping. But the same thing that Johnny Cochran did. Blacks and FBA deserve reparations. Pivot to them. Big facts. Big facts. I know I don't trust any of them except my mechanic. Yeah, man. Dennis be doing his thing, man. He's on the case already. Okay. Somebody come in my chat. This is why I'm gonna stop listening to these people coming in my chat. Like, y'all need to get lawyers together. It's like they come in my chat and want me to put everything together, bro. I'm just in my section. You got other people doing their thing. I don't need to be jumping in nobody else's lane. I gotta stay in my lane. But they be coming on my channel. Man, we need to put some lawyers together. Throwing me off the pivot. What we trying to do right here? Let me let Sterling cook, bro.
Black people haven't been approaching Mexicans for solidarity for the past 100 years, okay? But they have openly rejected it. This gentleman, he was a national leader in the Mexican-American civil rights movement. And he was at one time the president of LULAC in the 1950s, right when everything was happening. And he made it abundantly clear where Mexican-Americans stood on Black civil rights. In 1957, when some members of LULAC suggested that they allied with Black Americans, because we had it going, right? We had the civil rights movement going, we were marching, seeing the progress. He outright rejected the idea. His infamous words, his words were, let the Negro fight his own battle. So I want you to ask yourself, your leaders are saying, let the Negroes fight his own battle. What if Jesse Jackson got out there and said, let those Mexicans fight, let those Latinos fight their own battles? What if Barack Obama came out and said, let those Latinos fight their own battles, got on national?
Thank you, Tamika. I appreciate you, man. Always tapping through here. I'm staying in my lane, man. That's what I'm doing. Staying in my lane. I ain't trying to do too much.
TV. How would you feel about that? Even as Black people, like, oh man, that's kind of racist. That's what he said in 1957, the president of LULAC. Powerful man, spokesperson on behalf of Latinos. Okay? This is what you need to understand. The League of United Latin American Citizens. So we're not just talking about Mexicans. We talk about everybody, whether Puerto Rican, Colombian, all them, but this is what they said. This is what their leader said. Let the Negro, meaning Black, fight their own battles. And see, this is not just an isolated statement. It was a reflection of LULAC's broader anti-Black stance.
And this is why when a Black person try to tell you about what's going on with ICE, you need to be saying we got real other policies and problems and reparations we got going on. We need you focusing on this. CMP is trolling. You already know. So he put, I was just over there watching Brother D2. We need more FBA civil rights lawyers in courtrooms, but the court system is blocking them out in favor of Democrat politicians like Obama. Big facts. We know that the Democrat Party don't want to give us no reparation. The Democrat Party want to keep us in jail. The crime bill. That's what they about. You know? That's why I'm trying to bring the streets to politics. Because I'm like, if y'all understand this, you know what I'm saying? Like, we'll really get this thing cleaned up. He won't troll for long. Y'all know I don't tolerate ignorance. I already know that. Let me finish what let's keep it going. I'm staying in my lane.
A lot of Hispanic and Latino parents will literally try to teach you at a young age to not be friends with black people, and it's disgusting. They show you racism, anti-blackness, like colorism at a young age. You could be a dark-skinned Latino, and yet you will get a lot of hate. Not only that, media will even show that too, where literally they show that white Latinos are literally rich, smart, educated, and they're always holy. But when it comes to black people or Afro-Latinos, they're ghetto, they're poor, uneducated, and they're criminals. And not only that, a lot of these celebrities believe this too. And also, they do blackface. And that's why a lot of people don't want to unite when it comes to the Hispanic Latino community, because of the amount of fucking anti-blackness, the racism towards black people. And not only that, y'all forget that literally black people have influenced our community so much, from technology, from food, to even music. And some of y'all dancing to those music that literally were influenced by black people.
What does civil rights mean to you? So given the work that you've done on the marker, the fact that you're part of La Típica, and all the things that you've been a part of, what does civil rights mean to you?
To be honest with you, when all this civil rights movement came in with Lyndon Johnson and such,
we have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is base for...
I considered it more as being a benefit to the blacks than to us, because we were already accepted.
But that's what they say, y'all. They don't. That's what them liberals are gonna say. Exactly what CMP with the trolling. That's how they feel. Why would we pay? But it's not just about slaves, bro. It's about redlining, the war on drugs. Okay, all of the silent war that was done on us, Black Wall Street, is not just about slavery. If they think that, they thinking, I mean, I didn't pay. No, it's the government has to pay. But you will let the government send $100 billion to Ukraine, and you will say that's cool. You won't say, like, why am I sending them money? Like, you will send, $40 billion to Venezuela. You'll send money to the little hats. You let them do all of that without, and you gonna tell us, like, why are we gonna pay slave? We're not the slave on all of this money being distributed out of our tax dollars. It's crazy. For real, man. I appreciate that, man. We made it, y'all. We made it, man. For real. Y'all been a lot of y'all been rocking with me when I was shadow banned. I was in here just trying to get it right, man. So I appreciate y'all, man. I will cook any statement, but I don't want to give him or her no shit. Right, bro. It's just, we already know. Can't nobody beat us on talking points. The talking points, it don't make sense. They're not going to beat us with that.
So when you did go downtown and there was black and white people intermingling, were the Mexican Americans segregated to where the white people were?
No, but speaking on that, all of the mods, bro, everybody who be sending me information, y'all don't understand. This was, man, a lot of people been looking out on the channel, man, been holding it down, giving me the confidence to keep going. So it take a lot, man, to keep going and stay consistent. And when you got good people around you and good family, good love, it's like it ain't nowhere to go but up, man. But salute to y'all.
To where the white people were.
So you would drink and go through the doors that the white people went through and white water fountains.
and let's face it, there will always be a problem. There will always be people who look down on you because of your ethnicity. But all you need to do is just look up at them and show them I'm as good or better than you, you know. But I felt that it was helping them more. And I was very glad to see it.
To know, you said earlier about the white and black water fountain in the, I guess, the main areas right near Lee College. Were you allowed to drink from the white fountain?
Yes,
Okay.
I was allowed to drink from the white fountain.
Because when I was growing up and we rode the bus to Houston, there was one long row on the bus in the back. And that back row was designated for blacks. And that's where they had to sit. I could sit anywhere that I wanted to on the bus, but the blacks had to sit back there. And
Right, we had to sit there. So this is what we talking about. Y'all took us, y'all burnt down our black towns where we had riches. We would have been the richest. We would have been the people that had all the money right now. You burnt down that, then you integrated us with everybody. And that's when you was able to control us, control our music, control all of our intellectual property. When we integrated. This is a scam. All it is led up, and we did the research. All it is led up to us being in this position we in. You got some idiot YouTuber right now, a black dude. I don't even want to give him no clout, but he does YouTube videos saying he's pushing the opposite rhetoric of what we saying. He making it seem like we got here. This is our fault. We got to pick ourselves up by the bootstrap. A black man online and he want to get, white money. So it's like we got to fight influencers getting paid. We got to fight narratives that they talking about we racist, we don't like people. We fight in so many different battles that is crazy. But this how we feeling. We don't want to. That integration really cost us, y'all. If we would have been segregated, we had our own planes, we had our own airports, we would have had our own basketball leagues, we had our own baseball leagues, we had our own banks, we had our own media, we had our own newspapers. This is what they had to stop. This is really what reparations is about. It's about you really stole our wealth, bro. You're not finna pee on me and tell me it's raining. We had wealth. We had trillions. That was trillions of dollars that would have made because we the ones everybody looking at. They want to go watch us play basketball, play, all of the sports, boxing, all of this. This would have been our leagues. Can y'all imagine if everything black people would have been in? You had to go through the black corporate, the black businesses. Well, we would have been, nobody would have been able to pimp us. Everybody would have wanted to integrate with what we had going on. That's the big shift that nobody's talking about. It was either two things. It was white leagues and it was black leagues at this time. Which one that you thought would have took off, naturally? It would have been our leagues because we had all the talent. We had the sauce, the swag. We had all of that. So everybody would have gravitated to our leagues. And their leagues would have went distinct. Nobody would have wanted to watch him. Salute, introvert, man. Appreciate that, man. Got there. But that's what I'm saying, y'all, about this integration. Imagine the NBA. And we got every owner in there is black. This is what we missed out on. The NFL, all of them owners you see in there, all of them all of them owners that you see, imagine if they would have made it, it would have had to be black owners because we had black everything. So this is why I feel like we got robbed. But people don't want to talk about that. That's it right there. If we would have had our own institutions, organizations, that's why the feds with Darhart Perry, I showed y'all, they was like, hey, we got to tear down all these black organizations. The Watts Writers Workshop, the Black Panther Party, everything we had, any organization we had, it went to nothing. Got to stop it. Salute, introvert, for real. Do you get a plaque now? I don't get a plaque till I get, I think, 50 to 100, man. I gotta get up there with introvert, man. But we are the gods and everything we touch. Shout out Emmanuel Thomas. Salute, fam. That's why they had to throw drugs in our communities. Too much talent, innovation, creativity. Exactly. We would have had our own organizations, man. And that's what's sad. That's what really why we really need our reparations. We got to understand that they stole all of our intellectual, everything that we would have had, it was stolen from us.
If that road was full, they had to stand all the way to Houston. They could not sit with the others.
I think many
Young
Mexican
World
Americans
TV,
were
man,
afraid.
salute.
What would happen if we weren't considered white? How do we know we're not going to be forced or pushed to identify with the Black race at a time when Black people are fundamentally denied so many basic rights?
I remember downtown, and I didn't understand it because I was raised thinking everybody was equal. And I remember downtown with my mom.
She was raised thinking everybody was equal. But we was talking about that last show, that really they said we was 3/5 of a human, but really genetically they're 3/5 of a human, because we're like the real deal and they like a copy. But we'll get into that. Shout out to IJ Morris. This is why after the meeting with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, MLK said, "I fear I've led my people into a burning house by trying to integrate." Shauna, shalom. Salute, fam. I appreciate you, man, for supporting the channel. But yeah, you're right, man. That's why he said the burning house. But that just gets me upset to know all of the organizations that we would have had, all of the even Hollywood, bro. We would have had our own Hollywood. We would have had a lot of stuff, bro. So let me let her keep
one time, and Stripling's department store was downtown, Leonard's, Monig's, and going into the stores, and you'd have a colored water fountain and a white water fountain, and colored restrooms, white restrooms. And I used to tell Mom, what color do you have to be to use the colored? You know, I mean, because it was just foreign to me. And she said, oh, that's for the Blacks.
There's money in calling yourself the Black supremacist or whatever you want to call yourself. But really, you're just a ghetto.
Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute.
You're just a ghetto.
Explain that to me.
That just spills nothing but vile, venom, garbage out of your mouth. You talk a good one, but you live in the whitest neighborhood in California. If you're all about that, brother, go live in the hood, brother. But you won't live amongst your Black people that you say you love and you're there to protect and you want better from. It's funny how that works, right?
I don't like how they be in California, bro. I don't like how they be talking to our people in California, fam. I don't like that, man. Just to see how they able to even speak. Like, see, they got balls over there, but everywhere else they not as gangster, because they really clicked up over there. They real close to the border. But I tell dudes, this is a color only. That's a good one. That's a good one today. This is a colored only water fountain right here, man. Salute. But yeah, man. Ainswell, what's good, family? YouTube be playing game. Bruh, they've been deleting people messages. It's been a lot going on. Y'all gotta, man, listen, y'all gotta work with me with YouTube. I don't know what YouTube got with me, or an affection they got with me, but they love playing with me. And the people that's commenting for some reason. They deleting my comments right now. It's like, but I heard they also be snitching. Dang, we ain't gonna get to that. It don't be in person, Water God. I'm from LA. Right. I can see that. They gotta click up. We got into
I remember I was in high school, and it was a Jamaican homie that I was cool with. He just came from Jamaica, and I'm telling him the ropes of everything. And after school, a bunch of the Mexicans was finna jump him, and you know, we from the black, community, all black community, we had to come over there and say the Jamaican dude, you know what I'm saying? Because the Mexican was finna jump on him. We came over there and we had to squash it, but they was ready to pound my homie Nick out. He was Jamaican. And we had to, squash it. So me coming up around immigrants, we always taught them the ropes. We always, told them how to dress, taught them how to talk to girls. You know what I mean? Like, we was very open to them, Now they didn't come in our neighborhood, but when we was at schools, we would chop it up, but they were scared to come to our neighborhoods. But we treated them well, They talked tough and called police. Let me know when you see me in the chat. They be shadow banning me too, man. Yeah, man, we got to deal with them the best we can deal with them for right now, man. But Ainswell in the building. The whole family here tonight, man. I appreciate y'all for tapping in. We're going to have a celebration tonight. Most of them coward like the Angela White, to be honest. Yeah. Salute to Terry Dickey, man, for the cash app. I appreciate you, family.
A lot of the ghetto do that. They talk a good one. They say, oh, this is for my people. Oh, I hate the white people. Oh, don't live like that. But yet, you're living the white man's world. You can get up and go anytime you want. You can go live in a black neighborhood, but you won't because you're the ghetto.
And truth be told, I'm not a very big fan of the black people.
You talk a good one just for the views. We've been fighting since the 1800s.
Celebration, for real.
Like I said, you guys were enslaved. You guys didn't break those chains until 1865, and even then you're still slaves. Even now,
the N-word, that's what I call it, N-word, GA, right?
I say it all the time. I actually made a video.
He said,
yeah, I know.
Oh, they be getting on these podcasts and talking real greasy about us. Yeah, man. Shout out to Afro Elite. All our FBA channels, man. Introvert Rockstar, Black Alpha Network, Afro Elite. Those are my go-to guys, Those are the channels that I really, rock with the most. But the most introvert, man, that's like, I relate to him more, He got that street. Like me on my channel, I got that kind of street aspect to it too. So it's like, we trying to bring the streets to politics, man. That's my whole goal, man. I want the streets to get out there and understand these politics, because we trying to take over and we need them, most definitely. All this negativity toward my people is killing my joy, right? Like I said, the house Mexicans talking. Adam and Vlad culture, right? Is Vlad Spanish, or he's a white boy?
Of racism, of the belief among some Mexican Americans that blackness is inferior.
Yeah, wait over equality. Wait your turn. And to those young raza or raza who want to believe that, you better turn your TV, brother. You better turn your radio back.
What these black lives matter that they want to be paid for being slaves and all that?
Reparation.
Yeah, there.
Are you talking about well, I heard they passed in North Carolina.
Yes. What?
It was a smaller.
Oh, Adam is Adam Russian? I mean Adam. Vlad is Russian. I think something like that, right? What about Adam? Russian Jew.
Town in North Carolina that passed reparations for whoever's over there. I'm sure they'll try to do something out here in California. I think they already actually got a little board going that they're going to start looking into it. So
yeah, and that's what we, the Raza, need to step up, protest, and I'm talking major, and turn around and tell them, no, nobody gave reparations until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first. We've been going through this crap a lot longer, so I don't want to hear it. Because it's not fair, dog. specific group.
Because right now they've got the white people with so much guilt. It was your parents.
So there's an element of racism and there's an element of fear of Jim Crow segregation.
They not like us. They not like us. Oh, hold on, y'all. I don't want them to flag my channel now. Hold up.
Look at this. Look at this. Will somebody
That's
come
him
look
right
at this?
there.
Now, what do we have here?
That many people are reflecting on their particular communities and how they have been treating Black Americans. And she's Cuban. And I want you to hear.
And a lot of y'all been telling me about homie right here. I don't know. I haven't did no research, but y'all been telling me that the man ain't right. But I've been seeing him always holding it down for the FBA. I know his channel is like an African thing. I went to LA. Let me hear what 206 Beastman. I went to LA High 97 Mount Vernon Middle School before that. It's called Johnny Cochran Middle School. I'm FBA, but I speak Spanish. The beef was real. Dang. Okay. Yeah, this how they really feel, Ainswell. Go read and study before you start talking. Ooh, it's getting spicy. Let me let him go.
Hear what she has to say in her reflection of what's really going on.
Única comunidad que nos va a sacar de este hueco se llaman los negros americanos.
100%.
African American community is the only community that has the power in this country to change anything. They are the only one with the experience of civil matter. They are the only one que tenían el esclavo ahí mismitico. They are the only one that are not going to get deported anywhere, and you cannot put them all in jail. So African American community, which is the community that is stepped on by Cubans, the most are the only ones that are going to save the Latinos. And I clap for the African American community that has not come out because it is not. I do. We didn't do.
I get it. I get it. But I don't.
Me and you support, but in masses, we didn't support anything that was going with them. Latinos look at.
Salute to that lady, man. We need to put her. She need to be speaking to them people and let them know, like, you need to be having speeches. Speak to your people. Speak to your people, man. Yeah, but we ain't saving them. We ain't Captain Savers no more, man. We not Captain Savers no more. See, they seen all that stuff we did when we was, we had a Miami riot down here. They had LA riots. It was a lot of riots. When our Black people back then, when stuff ain't go right, they was knocking, it was dangerous for white supremacy back then. You put Africa diaspora. I always mess up that diaspora. It's a little bit skeptical to me. They cross over the tether line too much. For real. They do, man. All those Mexican gang member podcasters are informants. Damn, fam, that's how you feel about them. She get it because they've always done us like that. Young World TV put, nah, man, she grifted. For real, man. I don't know. She may just be trying to, sweet talkers. I noticed Phil started speaking like Tariq a while ago. Y'all be telling me Phil ain't right, man. My job is to make sure FBA community, we know who's real and who's ain't. Who we feel that's taking that, that political money and who's not. So I take pride in making sure FBA know that, hey, man, these people ain't right. They ain't right. Because the worst thing to do is looking up to people and you hearing their rhetoric and they got a back end influence that they giving you, bro. It's messed up. No, it's a lot of them that know, but it's too many that don't like that it's ours. Yeah, man. No flip-floppers, bro. I ain't like sometimes these people be smart. They just know how to flip flop. They know the money game, you know? Like I can tell like some of these Black Alpha Network introvert rock star, these people ain't getting no sponsors. These white companies don't want to, you know, sponsor these talking points we talking about. We would only get looked at through black companies. So it's like that's how they be, you know, it's ways that they be trying to get money too. I do watch him sometimes, but mostly his own channel. Yeah, but y'all, they out here. It's a bag to talk bad about black people. I'm gonna show y'all a dude. You know, I don't want to give him too much light, but it's a dude out here. He definitely getting a serious bag talking about black people.
Cubans specifically, I'm not going to talk about any other community because I'm not part of that community, even though I'm a Latina with them. Cubans talk shit about African Americans. Cubans did not support African Americans. Cubans think that they all victimize themselves, that of this, all of that. African Americans are the only ones that are going to save your asses, Latinos. So you better start kissing. If you're going to kiss some ass in this country, you better kiss some black ass.
Start off. Angelina, we don't want you to kiss nothing, be honest with you. We don't need that because that can be just looked at as patronizing, and we are so above being patronized. But what she said in the beginning.
No, we don't get patronized. They don't patronize our businesses. They need to come spend their money. Like, we got to be understanding, y'all. Look, I'm out here. I understand. I'm linked with these black businesses, bro. People don't spend money with black businesses. They're kind of against it, you know? So we got to, like, this is why I be pushing for people. We got to support us because they already have who they supporting already. She want to kiss something, all right? Can't save y'all old ass rights. The men be infatuated also. That's why they try to teach them to be racist toward us. The original was good. He put, they are not Caucasian. Man.
In Spanish, like definitely toward the end, when you start speaking English, that basically black people are Americans. And these other groups are starting to really find that out now. They're starting to find out that we're not immigrants. I didn't really know that they thought we were immigrants. So it made sense to why they say, well, we getting deported, you would be next. Because they really thought that we were immigrants. It's like you.
Originally sounds bang bang receipt gang.
In 1957, Felix Tejarina, the national president of LULAC, made this statement. Let the Negro fight his own battles. His problems are not mine. I don't want to ally with him. And this put them on notice with the system of white supremacy, but not in a way that they would think or hope. Hispanics and Latinos went around for decades making it known that they want to ally with the system of white supremacy. They sued to be white, and they made it known they don't want anything to do with the Black Americans. And again, the system of white supremacy noticed this. See, nobody knows this system better than foundational Black Americans. We know this system is diabolical, but most of all, this system plays the long game. And that brings me to the topic of this video. ICE detention centers and the new mass incarceration system. See, people will look at this and think, oh, get the fuck out of here. There's no way. But again, foundational Black Americans know the system better than anyone in this country. Don't believe me? Let me show you. Today, what they're not putting out there is that people detained by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement can work while they're in detention, just like they do in prisons.
L.A. Hopkins was good.
But it's very limited, low paid, and controlled by ICE policies and facility rules. There is a...
Ronald Murphy was good, family, in the building. TYB, appreciate you, family. Y'all tapping in. Chill, J, everybody tapping in, man. We finna have a party tonight, man. DJ X1. I appreciate y'all tapping in. We getting it in tonight. This isn't your land. Your land was taken from you.
Voluntary work program. Okay. The pay is very low. Under current ICE standards, detainees in a voluntary program are supposed to be paid at least $1 a day. See, when you go around for decades making it known that you'll work for cheap, undercutting Americans, Black Americans in particular, you put the message out there. You don't care about the worth. You'll do the job. You don't give a damn how much you get paid for it as long as you can work. And the system took note of that. See, again, work is supposed to be voluntary. Officially, participation in the work program isn't mandatory. Detainees cannot be forced to join in
Unspoken vibes. What's good, family? In the building. Let me put with Tania, man. Tania is a trip, man. We got to put you in stand-up comedy, Tania. I hate how they using our great migration against us too, comparing it to these damn fleeing people. Look up the definition of migrants, family, immigrants. For real, man. Should I DJ X1 put? That's how these immigrants got here in the first place, by undercutting us in the workplace. That's what they do. I do it for cheap. We put our price out there. We put our bid out there. And then they go undercut us, you know, and get paid under the table. And we got to pay taxes on the money we made, and they getting paid under the table. It's just ridiculous.
Basic rule is that they volunteer. However, critics and some detainees say that in practice, there can be indirect pressure to participate. Hours are limited, so they say. Most programs restrict detainee workers to no more than 8 hours per day and 40 hours a week. They say not all facilities offer work programs, but again, in the system, they let you know what they want you to know. The bottom line, some ICE detainees do work while in detention under ICE's voluntary work programs. They are generally paid extremely low, about a...
Cassandra, what's good? I'm glad y'all made it to the celebration, man. No, you good, you good. We celebrating tonight, y'all. We did it, man. We got the 10K. My great-grandmother Mildred. Right, they're illegal aliens. We right. We got to get it right. Gloria, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I appreciate you for getting it right. Y'all got to check us when we, you know what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong with a little checking when you get out of place.
$1 a day. Work is supposed to be voluntary, but economic pressure and facility rules can make participation feel necessary for basic needs. See, just like the prison industrial system in America that railroaded Black Americans into this for decades, they're in there making shit. They don't make this public knowledge, but those who know. All kind of companies lease out prison labor. They just don't make that known. Concerns about labor coercion have been raised. Some advocates and legal groups have expressed concern that the ICE work programs, despite being labeled voluntary, can be coercion because detainees rely on the small wages that they earn to buy basic commissary items, phone credits, or other necessities. Sound familiar? See, the average time in these ICE centers is about 46 to 52 days. That depends on what you did, though. If you have a criminal record, it could be longer. See, if you have a criminal record, you can be up there up to 421 days, depending on the legal status. Now, some would ask, why are they doing this? I'll show you why.
Can't function without you.
Data shows that Black Americans, often referred to as foundational Black Americans, have experienced a long-term decline in incarceration rates over the past 15 to 20 years. We're not going to jail like we used to.
I'm trying to stay warm.
See, we fought for criminal justice reforms when we found out how this system was railroading a lot of us into jail. We have a history of fighting this shit. Once we figure out what they're doing, we move accordingly. National crime statistics have shown a steady drop in overall crime rates since the early 2000s. Actually, going back to the 9/9s, but I'm gonna show you.
Where you out of?
Taxes.
You up
What's
north
so
or you in the south?
taxing?
Y'all let this system really fuck y'all
Take care
over.
of FBA now.
And when we try to put y'all on this shit, y'all disregard us. Y'all come over here with the anti-Black American hatred. Again, y'all call us lazy. We playing victims again.
Yeah,
and
you
that's
gotta
by
stay down,
design. See,
family.
the system.
Anything we can do, you need to hit the chat. Let us know how we can make sure you good now. You in Texas. Oh, you in Texas. You in the bottom. Shout out to Texas.
Never wanted y'all to be with us because we could put you on this shit. We show you how this shit is. But y'all chose to align with the system. Cool. So now they're lining y'all up. They getting ready again because like I just showed you, we're not committing crimes like we used to. See, once they did the whole war on drugs thing and that 94 crime bill, we figured out how this shit works. And again, like I said before, we move accordingly. Black imprisonment rates have fallen substantially. Between 2006 and 2018, the imprisonment rate for Black Americans in state and federal prisons fell by about 1/3.
Yeah, Cassandra, if you listen, you FBA certified, let us know if you know what I'm saying, you need some help there. Now you family. We take care of family on this page. Now just let us know if you know what I'm saying, you need our assistance in any way.
34%, the largest.
I got my partner B1 Business. He out there in Texas, man. If we gotta, get you right. My generator ran out of gas and I have to refill it. And it is icy. Yeah, Cassandra, we need to we got our brother B1 Business out there in Texas.
Decline in a major racial ethnic group in that period. From 2000 to 2021, the imprisonment rate for Black American men dropped significantly by nearly 48%. That's almost half. We're not going to jail.
Always, I'm gonna reach out to the family. We have to now. We ain't gonna let you be cold, Cassandra. We gonna make sure you good. You gotta start taking care of the family now. We gotta make that a habit. FBA over everything. I know how it go. Like when we get tested, we come through.
Like we used to. They need labor and they ain't getting it from the Black American. See, this decline really started by the late 1990s. Data showed that the incarceration growth slowed for Black Americans around this time. In 99, the imprisonment rate for Black adults in state and federal prisons peaked. After that peak, the rate began to gradually decline into the early 2000s. See, according to the census documents, censusandproject.org also notes that while the U.S. incarceration rate grew dramatically in the 80s and early 90s, Black imprisonment rate started to stabilize and then gradually decline starting in the late 1990s. Pew Research Center analysts analyzed state and prison populations confirmed the trend. Black incarceration peaked around the late 1990s and began to slow decline into the 2000s. You want to know when these rates really bottomed out or hit the lowest that it's ever been? 2019.
So do y'all see that? This is deep. But yeah, ice out heavy and it's the snowstorm. How ironic is that? That's crazy. Yeah, because they got to be inside. You know what? I'm glad you said that, Tennille. Because they talk about Levon. What's good, family? They talk about how they got the weather. It's like they got a thermometer. They can turn it up and turn it down. So if it's that cold, you got to be home. So when I go to the house, where else you going to be? I've been in New York, and when it's super cold, I thought I saw a power truck pass by. Okay. Cassandra, just let us know, man. What part of Texas you in? Are you in Dallas? Cause I got a couple partners, man. We got a couple FBA brothers. You know, it ain't nothing for us to reach out to the family. Not rest for the wicked. But they used to say that they control the weather. Yeah. Heart. Yeah, weather manipulation. So where else? I was in New York, man, and when it was a snowstorm, oh my goodness, bro. You can't do nothing. The coldness in Chicago hit a little different. Yeah, it do too. I heard about that cold. It's crazy. But like I said, they be playing with the weather. We are PV 30 minutes from Houston. Okay. So how far you is from Dallas? Because I'm 30 minutes from Houston. So that means Dallas and Houston is like, isn't it like 2 hours away, something like that?
Why is that important? 2019 is right around where they had to figure out, how do we fix this? 2019, 2 years after that, COVID hit. And what happened during COVID? You saw an influx of illegal immigrants coming across the border, set up by Biden. Again, we're not committing crimes, we're not going to jail, and they need that labor. And they can't get it from us, so let's get it from the Hispanics, because they're not white. Though they think they are, they're not. And they'll work for cheap. They've said this for decades. So y'all actually think it's a difference between the red and the blue team. This is Bush and Obama. See, y'all be falling for the okey doke all the time. Trump and Obama. They are two sides of the same coin, and they have different jobs. The blue team's job was to line y'all the fuck up, get y'all up in here to replace the population that ain't going to jail anymore because they figured it out. That's what they do with us. When we figure it out, they move around. They do some other shit. And the red team's job was to incarcerate y'all. Y'all the new slave labor. And had y'all really had a black and brown like y'all claim to, we would have showed y'all this. But that's okay. You didn't want that because y'all saved it. Let the Negro fight his own battles. His problems are not mine. I don't want to ally with him. And that's why we're not going to ally with you.
Big fact. We ain't going to ally with you because we ain't on that. We not on that. Even if you wanted to ally with us right now, it's just, it's not a good position for us to be allying with people right now. You know what I'm saying? We used to kicking it by ourselves. But check this out. I want to show y'all this. This is crazy. Dumb B. Who this is? Fly Swatter. Who? We got some new people tapping in. Well, y'all check this out. This is the lame dude I'm talking about. He getting a bag off of bashing black people. Them Deuteronomy 28 curses are on white people. Now it's gonna get worse for them for slavery. So this is what I'm talking about, y'all. Some of these is people like this. They love to get a black person to bashing black people. So what happened is this guy, he talks stupid regular, tapping in off topic. I want to get y'all in. Keep it moving. Don't be edited. Lots of wife and rubbernecks is powder assault. Yeah. But they pay black people, man. That's the thing. Look history. See Europeans, aka white men, repeat something. Kill, steal, India. What Europeans did to the most disturbing stuff. Okay. A traitor to his own people. You hear this man said, I hate being black. Now, what I'm trying to tell y'all is what would make somebody do this? Money. Who would do some tether or something? He's somebody that white supremacists love to have content like this. Now the Negroes are Americans now. Shout out to Drizzle. In San Antonio, wasn't that bad. We just got a little ice cold weather. Oh, that's why Cassandra cold up there, man. She got me a little worried. That one brother, what's good, family? Always tapping in. Money always. Right, Tamika? I mean, I don't get it. You feel me? Like you don't never, but we know that. We know that because with X, we seen what happened when they was putting all that content about black people. You don't see no other race. You don't see no other person. This is how we know it's a setup. You don't see nobody else doing it. Salute, family. New way to buy a sellout. You get what I'm saying? Like nobody's gonna respect you, bro. Even another culture. Nobody. This is why people like they're not gonna respect you, and this is like they know this is disrespectful to us. Most importantly, fools better let me go free from America before America gets hit with an asteroid. You put full circle with Karens. Shout out to Graded 23. New Spain was a colony name from Mexico for 1821. Yeah, but you know those people that was in Mexico, that Mexico was our land for real, for real. Just like they brought the Indians here, they brought these Mongoloid people there in Mexico. They weren't they're not originally from Mexico, in my opinion. A broke brother switch up on his own people for $1. For $1, man. You gonna get on and say I hate being black? I ain't even playing none of the bull crap comments because it's like he's gassing up white people to pay him money. Support me on my Patreon. Like ain't nobody black don't want to hear this stuff. They don't want to hear you talk like this, fam. Jason Beeler. I don't know, man. You putting pretty good too many times in the chat, fam. Only right one time. We're gonna have to kick you up out of here. Self-hatred. Yeah, that self-hatred is bad, bro. It's horrible, but like I say, it's a bad to talk. It's a bag to talk bad about us or talk bad about your own people. It's like they don't do that for nobody else. Now you pretty gone. For real, man. You putting all of that in there. Philippine Mestoids and Chinese Mestoids are the modern Mexicans brought to New Spain. Exactly. Brought to New Spain in the Manila Acapulco galleon. Exactly. They was brought there. You know, that's what they did. They tried to bring them there, to immigrate them, to try to pimp us. We got Ricky's World in the building. I want to hear what y'all say about this. Come tap in on the chat. We got Joe Jackson in the building. Ricky's World, what's good, family?
All's well. How about yourself?
Oh man, everything good, man. A celebration today. Appreciate y'all for tapping in.
Y'all get hit by the storm?
No, we didn't get hit by the storm, man. I left. I was in Broward last week. I was in South Florida, but I just came up here to North Florida, and ain't no storm, man.
They fearmonger it all.
Raise head.
Saying to be ice, it's gonna be snowstorms. Everybody bought all the food out of Kroger's, Walmart. You know, most people pulling their crops up, thinking that these are the end of days, and it only spring.
Mm.
Nothing
So it was a
happened.
pump fake. It was a pump fake.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
You know, like the people in the chat were saying that weather, the HARP, that weather altering machine. He said some black guy in the military made. And of course, you know, they took it. So they weren't even supposed to be for that. It
Right.
wasn't supposed to. They took it and then enhanced it. So like that's when they're saying like, and when it got exposed, their excuse was, well, drought and famine. See, that's why one of our brilliant engineers came up with this HARP machine. And then they said some other things that it can do as well.
Okay, you said there's some other things it could do as well.
Mm-hmm.
No
Like,
snow here in Cali. Okay. Where you calling out of, fam, Ricky?
I'm from Georgia.
You from Georgia? Man, you right up the road. So is it
Yeah,
snow? Right. So you ain't seeing no weather or nothing.
nothing. Like Atlanta, they had a lot of wind. I was out there today. A lot of wind, but Atlanta's like 40 minutes from me.
Got you. 40 minutes.
I'm out
Okay.
40 minutes. I'm out in Marietta. So 40
yeah.
minutes. Sometimes I be in Austell. So in Austell like 15. You hit 20, you right there in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
But that heart machine, that Alex Jones guy, before he lost his mind, he was really going in how they use it to conjure storms and tornadoes. And he had like a whole breakdown, a real mental breakdown, talking about it's gonna be the end of the world. They're gonna use this machine and then they're gonna enslave us. And that was at the infancy stage. I mean, dude was a complete conspiracy theorist, but he had a lot of stuff right. Like that Sandy Hook thing messed him up.
Right.
Saying that was
you saying he got a lot of things right.
Like the facial recognition. Like 20 years ago, people said, "Oh, that'll never happen." Like, like the Terminator, that thing, that's real. That's about to be our reality. Like because they don't really want to pay none of us. And dude on your screen right here, them kind of people, they'll do anything for money.
Anything.
Like,
that's Antoine Daniels.
That's very dangerous.
Very dangerous, family. Great at put AI.
They was talking about that in the 80s. They was talking about artificial intelligence in the 80s. In the supercomputer.
Yep.
Like they steadily been taking, like, they take the best of the best. Like, of course, Black Americans, but everybody. And there's the thing I'm getting is you're intelligent enough to pass all those different tests, get to the highest position, but you weren't smart enough to know that they were going to let you go after they got all they needed out of it.
To the United States.
Now, I want to touch on this. A lot of people talking about Tariq went to New York. I mean, not New York. He did go to New York. He touched down in New York, but he went to Africa. That distracted the whole conversation. He distracted the whole conversation. Who distracted the whole conversation, family? But I want to get what you think about this. I'm out, water God. All right. I want to know what y'all think about Tariq Nasheed said he going to he went to Africa. Salute, family. Ricky's World, you heard about that?
Oh yeah, I heard. I saw like a lot of the people putting up the TikToks and all that, and CFBA sold y'all out too. I'm like, sold us out. The man went on a vacation to Africa. Okay, he talked crazy about Africans in response to Africans calling in to talk crazy. So I heard that he's supposed to be doing like a I Show Speed kind of tour, like a world tour, showing off the best spots in some of these third world countries, second and first world countries. And I think that's a good thing. You got the resources.
I don't see why people would be like we don't hate. It's not nobody never said we ain't met like bad things about Africa. We just recognizing patterns. And it was patterns when people go out there. That's all. It ain't nothing like we telling people don't like FBA don't visit. Like we was really saying don't travel right now, period, because everything that's going on in America. But I mean, if you traveling and you doing your thing, we ain't saying don't go to Africa. You know what I mean?
They got a lot of them get hurt because when we roast back, it hits harder to them because it's the truth. When we saying y'all come from third world countries, dilapidated homes, that's a response to when y'all say stuff like y'all have no culture, you built nothing, you're lazy, work harder, all of that. Of course, we don't want us to sit back and just take it and take the high road, and y'all never stop. It's not like y'all had little instances of this. We talking about this stuff go back to the 70s. So in response to that, we're responding to y'all. We're responding with the energy that y'all give us. And when we go and travel to these places like Tariq Nasheed, what you want him to go show off the shanty towns, show out how bad y'all really living? No, he's going to show the whole of Africa. The spots that if you're FBA and you want to visit these spots, come here, come check out this spot, come check out this village. Not just all the time going to the resort.
Right. So you saying it ain't go have no effects on them. Let me get unspoken vibe. How you feel about Tariq Nasheed going to Africa? How you feel about that?
Like you and Ricky's World have already said, man, I have no problems with it. We only have issues with, as we already know, tethers. Those that come over here align themselves with us because of their or they look like us a little bit because we're melanated, and then they undermine our issues. Like when they first got over here, we FBAs had open arms who tried to teach them the game, but they they decided to align with the white supremacy or the system against us. So we just don't mess with tethers. If you're African, you're fine. We don't have no hate for you if you're unless you're a tether. But because I mean, there's good people in every ethnicity and all that good stuff. We don't mess with tethers and people like Anton Daniel. We don't know what he is yet for sure, but he's one of them. He might be a coon.
He definitely a cool. But look at what the man said. Look at what Tyreek said on this one. They put Tyreek travels every year. Like this ain't nothing new. He was cool with James Small, the Pan Africanist. But once you talking about, you discrediting us, calling us the CIA, it's like we're gonna stop messing with you. Now, with some parts of Africa, I ain't going, but I ain't gonna even tell y'all now.
Nah, I'll say it with my chest. I'm not going to Somalia. I already know what's going on over there. Like,
look, it may be some spots I may go. That one brother, I appreciate you, man. It's some spots I may go. You know what I'm saying? But they gotta be, Americanized. But a 24-hour flight to me is just, or 20 hours. I don't think it's 24 hours, but it's really long, 17 hours. That's tough, bro.
And you got to get the shots.
Yeah, man, that's what stopped me from going. I was gonna go to Ghana a couple years ago. I remember, but it was like I gotta get shots and all this. Man, I ain't doing all of that.
And a lot of thing is for all the immigrants. Y'all listening. We really want y'all to get y'all homeland right.
That's what he's saying here, and this is the point. Like, think about it. Some of you people who fled to Africa to go to the U.S. to act like tethers and project jealousy and hatred towards foundational Black Americans should consider coming back to your homeland and enjoy the beauty of it. I mean, I think they need to hear that. It's kind of like me, like I ain't gonna say that. I'm not gonna use that. I'm gonna use another analogy. You gotta love yourself. You know what I mean? If you want to change your skin complexion, you know what I'm saying, and look like somebody else, I mean, you don't really love you don't really love how you look.
Oh yeah, all is supposed to be really balanced. Like the old that from what their books show, from what the Pan Africanists wrote in their books, how we was able to go from landmass to landmass and build and exchange and trade, all of that. It should be like that. I can't exchange and trade with you when you got tribal wars, and I shake hands with you, and this other tribe dude looking at me crazy. We can't have no connection. It's just that's what white people do. We gonna get y'all right too. Not in a negative way, but mentally, get your mind right. Like all of this, we should be able to come and trade and do deals, but that colonization and white supremacy, white people will not, as a whole, give up white supremacy, and a lot of melanated people as a whole will not give up being colonized.
Right.
And we had it the worst. We had real slavery. We had people over us.
Yeah, we had it hard. Now, Carl Kelly, you put I'm interested in Kenya and Nigeria. What makes you? I want to hear this. What makes you interested in Kenya and Nigeria? I'm hearing. Isn't that what I Show Speed was at?
Yeah, he went to both of those. Kenya, he didn't have any problems in. Nigeria, he did. He was getting pretty much mobbed by grown men asking for money. 10,000. Speed, give me 10,000. It's on video. But I know I'm sure, maybe it's not like that for everybody else because we're not famous. So, he might
but they look at you, if you're American, they think money. It don't even matter. Like when they see American is money. If I Show Speed, it don't matter. It could be a regular American. You still gonna look like money. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, that's facts. It's just the weight of our dollar.
Right. It's just that's how it is. In this country, you're considered rich everywhere else. You feel me?
Exactly. Where did he go? He had another issue. I'm trying to. I think it was Liberia. I don't know, but they were pretty much mobbing him. I ain't gonna lie, it was a little funny because some dude ran up on him, tried to take a picture, and then you see another guy just mush him, and you see him just hammer like oh man, I'm trying to think of a movie. It looked like a movie, but they hit him hard. I don't know, but it was kind of you know what? I'm not a good person. Anyway, let's move on.
No, you good. I'm gonna get on to I'm gonna get off Tariq, man. I mean, everybody. I don't see no problem with him going to Africa.
Oh yeah, and Water God.
Yeah.
When Tariq be traveling, he be by himself. He don't have armed security, and it be him, his wife, and his kids.
Mm-hmm.
And he ain't going like me.
That's enough. If you got, you got enough people with you, you know what I'm saying? It's enough, bro. Especially if you from America. But I would think you want to ride at least 4-5 deep. Yes, he does. Oh. But I never been, so I wouldn't. I'm not the one to ask. But I'm looking at what I Show Speed is. It's kind of crazy. He put Tariq definitely travels with security, man.
I'm talking about when I saw him.
Right. He could be,
I saw him in Senegal.
We go to when we go to the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, down here in Florida, we still pay somebody when we go there to be secured. You know what I mean? Like, look, man, hold us down, bro. Here's a couple dollars. I don't know. That's just.
He might have, but I wasn't a threat.
Right. I don't think they're a threat out there. I mean, because everybody look like you, so it's hard to, but I ain't gonna say everybody look like you because they don't. Tribes look different. We gotta stop that. Like we think all tribes, some tribes can be similar, but tribes look different, bro. Tribes got their own look.
They got distinct features.
Right,
like
exactly.
Just like here, like Water God, you look like you look like my great grandfather. Like
Dang.
pictures of him in his 20s, you look just like him. You don't look nothing like me.
Right.
That's my grandfather. That's my blood grandfather.
Right.
So them features, especially here, we all look different. We all FBA and we all look different.
We all look different, but it's still, we gotta look though. You know what I mean? Every tribe, if you brought all of us together and we was all a tribe, you would probably notice it more. But we so spring, like if you go to Africa, you can see all of their resemblance of their tribes. You be like, okay, they got, they could be different complexions, but they still got similarities in ears, head shapes, and stuff like that. But he put, yes, tribes. The Mexican and blacks were tribes before colonialism. They divided us. Yeah. Ghana is where Ashanti tribe is a big deal. Ghana is where Webb Du Bois left. Mad at. Put that on. Y'all going in. Cassandra said Water God looks like an Indian. For real. My family Cherokee, man. I'm gonna have to show y'all my family tree, but both of my sides of the family is saying Cherokee. So everybody always tell me that I look Indian, Black Americans look alike. I'm with you on that. Like, listen, I grew up in a all Black American neighborhood. We had, like, it was white people stayed over here. You had different Spanish, Haitian, Jamaican, but in my neighborhood that I had, nobody stayed there but foundational Black Americans, and my neighborhood was called Harlem McBride. It was called Harlem McBride, and this is where all of, the foundational Black Americans was at. My family Choctaw from Mississippi. Okay. I got some family out there in Mississippi too. But all I'm trying to say is, if you seen, like when I seen, I knew what we looked like we could tell the difference between people who came from another country than us. Now you could definitely tell from like style. We dressed different. Like you could tell when we was in school, like it was just a difference. But my point was that we can look at people and be like, yeah, that ain't American. He not,
It's true. Like when
Yeah.
them immigrants
Now,
started
once
coming
they got
in,
older and they started dressing and looking like us and can kind of blend in, you can kind of, fool people. But I'm saying when I seen these young kids, middle school and high school, and I seen them like come straight from off another island, they couldn't blend in. Like you couldn't fake like you was FBA. You know what I'm saying?
and that's a lot of our problem, giving them the game.
Bro, I remember teaching them how to write, how to talk to girls, like a lot of stuff, bro. We was very open. Everywhere was like that, bro. We was very like, man, let me put y'all on. Being very, open with them and putting them in business. I always did that. And they'll tell you that to this day. If I brought them online, they'll say, yeah, man, you looked out for them.
There was one of our homeboys that was like, man, y'all stop doing that. I was like, what you mean? That they don't fuck with us.
Right.
Like,
We
what you
didn't know
talking
that
about?
back then, though. Right. Like, we didn't know that back. If we would have knew, but we didn't know that, man. We were just like,
Yeah. I'm talking about my friend groups. When like near, I would say high school near the end, that's when we started seeing them coming in. And one homeboy, he didn't mess with nobody but blacks. Like FBA, he was really pushing that line. Like really, he tried helping in Spanish. He's like, "What you doing? Don't fuck with us." I was like, "What you mean?" He's like, "Oh man, chill out with that. Watch them." And we was all pushing against him, and he turned out to be right the whole time.
Right. Yeah, people always be talking about Ethiopian Nipsey Hussle with me, man. That's crazy. But that Indian look here, man, y'all don't understand, man. Here in America, we got that Indian look here too, though. People are like flowers. They're all kinds. if I could see Idris Elba, handsome, lots of handsome Africans. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Yeah, I agree with you. Homie said he remind me of Ethiopia.
Yeah, you do kind of look like Nipsey Hussle. You do kind of, but it's still a difference. It's like them features. Black Americans we have a distinct features, whether we dark, light, red, it don't matter.
Right.
But that right there, Idris Elba, I didn't know that man was British. I was like, man, I thought he was from Baltimore. Then did that British accent. I was like, oh hell no. Wow, they can just get amongst us, and then that be the problem. Even in LA, the dudes that did that acting in LA for Snowfall, those the main actor is from Brit. He British.
Yeah, he's British.
The Franklin, I think he's British.
Oh, Damson.
Him, that guy.
Yeah. Nah, he's British too.
It's like the dudes in LA giving them the game. It's like
For real, Young World TV, man. Put them on there. I'm indigenous. Y'all bringing me all across the globe to Africa now, man. I'm indigenous. Shout out to you, Young World. They gonna be calling me Ethiopian in a minute. What a guy from Ethiopia.
Where's that paperwork?
Right.
No, I'm messing with you.
They gonna be like, what a guy from Ethiopia, man. No, but yeah, man, I wanted to get on this. You do not look Ethiopian, you look Black American. Shout out to you, man. Washington Montgomery.
Oh yeah, shout out to you. Congrats on the 10K, bro. Well deserved for all the work you put in. Just want to throw that out there.
Oh yeah, congrats, Water God.
Appreciate that, man. Man, I would have never thought 10,000 people would ever listen to me. Y'all, believe it or not, I'm not a talker at all. Like growing up, I wasn't even a talker like that. I talked when I needed to, but I wasn't, I was a very minimal words, but I would have never thought I could have had 10,000 people listen. If you ask people, man, they would have been like, man, he was just so to himself and just, but to see this is like crazy. Y'all don't understand.
Well, sincerity, authenticity, and the way you carry yourself will take you a long way.
Real, bro.
It already has taken you quite a ways right now. I'm sure you're going to go further.
Yeah. Very balanced. Like you don't go in. Like most people, like they say, I don't like to play the middle. A lot of times you got to kind of play the middle when you're running a show. You can't just go in. Like you got different people of different faiths that tune in, different degrees in life. Older people, younger people. So you cannot just be so dogmatic and rigid and like, no, F all the immigrants, all that. You're going to shoo a lot of people away. But you created the balance. I'm going to hear you out. Why you believe like that? Why do you think the way you do? Why you think this about black people, about white people? The you cool thing. Like, what y'all thoughts on that? So most subscribers are going to come, man. Like this part of your journey.
Right. That's crazy, man. But hearing it from y'all is so it opened up because I don't really understand. I'm kind of in it, but hearing y'all make it, make me understand. Burnish Brash put Water God is a methodical thinker. I be knowing, brother. For real, man. I appreciate that, bro. But yeah. True, it used to be like 20 people in the chat, right, man? Tania was there, man. That was the one. Tania used to be first in the chat. Boom. I remember them days, man. But I appreciate y'all for telling me good stories to touch on. But I touch on stuff I care about, but I try to keep it balanced.
I think that's very good of you also, especially, with the way they try to target people who hold spaces where you can kind of give honest feedback or your opinions on things from like a local grassroots perspective. So like if you take a hard stance on something, you know someone's gonna try to target you. And then, you know, that's why I don't know if you at User Body, Mind, and Soul was trying to be like one of those, but that's why I was just kind of so strongly trying to, you know, disprove the whole cult thing, because I was like, yo, that's a very damaging term right there. So I just kind of
Fact.
Good that you're balanced, though.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous term, man. But I try to put people in their place. I try to educate them. I don't want to be sitting going back and forth with you. I want you to understand why we feel the way we feel and to get you to turn around. I'd rather do that than just be going back and forth with somebody. Like, my point is, I'm trying to sell you. Like, I want you to understand it. But we got Ameswell, man. Ameswell, what's good? Family Philly in the building. Man, it's like I know the cities y'all from, and it's getting deeper and deeper. But Ameswell, what's good, fam?
What's going on, family?
Not much, man.
Congrats to you on the 10K, my bro.
For real, bro.
Doing the Lord's work, man.
For real, man.
Doing the Lord's work, brother. I'm telling you. That's why everybody is magnetized to you.
Yeah.
I don't even know how I found you. I was magnetized to you. It just popped up on my screen one day, and I clicked on the video. I'm like, dang.
That's crazy.
Bro, he talking some real shit. I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and hit that subscribe button. You know what I mean? Then I start joining the lives, and it's just been going from there.
Man, you know what I really love is the older people and the younger people we got. Like, you know, I know TYB Enlighten is like 22. We got Mama Lisa, like I know I had somebody like 80 years old on the chat. It's like that's what shocked me the most. It's like,
bro, you're a connector, man.
Yeah, that's like wow. Like I would have never thought that, family.
You connecting the dots, man, for a lot of different people and a lot of different levels of awareness. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And shoot, man, y'all do a good job too of giving me the topics. A lot of people be shooting me the topics because I don't be knowing everything, but when y'all give it to me, you know, I just try to bring awareness to the people.
That's exactly what you're doing. Because I remember you first. I think your show was the first one I remember anyone mentioning the Black Panther dude. I know you the first one I was listening to.
To seeing that, yeah.
Then afterwards, everybody started talking.
It was going haymaker. Yeah.
I can't open up YouTube without seeing somebody talking. Real rap is everybody on his top. I'm happy to see it though.
I'm happy to see it too. Yep. Cause we need to get him up out of there. I don't like all of this, bro. Cause a year ago I was doing videos about Dark Heart Perry, and I was like, bro, all the organizations, look what he did. Look what they said he did. But I'm glad everybody getting him up out of there.
You see, he changed the name. Now they calling themselves the Black Lions.
No.
I just seen that today. He posted some shit talking about, yeah, the original Black Panthers told us that they don't want us to use the name no more, so we gonna call ourselves Black Lions. He posted something on Instagram today about that.
I gotta pull up that. That's wild. That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna help them. Like, okay, yeah, y'all get out of our I don't even like that Young Lion thing, but at least they don't got black on it.
That's why I'm letting y'all know for the heads up. You see that Black Lion shit, red flag for them too.
Red flag, right?
You know what I mean? Cause just because he tried to weasel his way in with the Black Panther shit, you know what I mean, and tried to jump out and put everybody on crash out missions. You know what I mean? No, we ain't going for none of that. Like, we way beyond that. And he's still asking for donations and all that on his page. He might got robots on his page and all that, but it's still a lot of people that's showing support. Yeah, how I sign up, and it's, let the dead lie with the dead, man. That's what I say.
For real.
But ain't none of us dead. That's why we all here with 10K.
For real. For real. Exactly. We need to stop. But I'm glad. I got to look up that, man. I'm glad they did that. I'm glad. That makes me feel like I don't want them messing up their legacy, because to me, that's what it was doing. It's making the Black Panthers. It's making us, because they already did it with using the Black Panther for like movies and all kind of stuff. Like, do y'all feel like that was disrespectful for them to use Black Panther the movie, you know, and have all of that? How y'all feel about that?
Oh yeah, I think it was definitely disrespectful. I think they did it intentionally to kind of diminish the legacy and all the work that they did and they put in. Because they did a lot of work. They had a profound impact, and it's by no what is it called? No coincidence that the leaders had untimely demises. And when leaders like that have untimely demises, that's because they were powerful and they were making an impact. And the only way to kind of stop them, because they stood on moral grounds and ethical grounds, they didn't really go too crazy. They weren't. I don't know what is it, Black Lions now party is thinking about or doing, but Buddy was. I don't know. He just seemed like radical. I was like, anybody that joins is going to end up probably going to jail, and being a crash dummy for the whatever movement they're protesting over there. And I'm hoping it's not going to be FBAs to join them, to be honest. But yeah, no, they made that movie to kind of diminish their legacy, in my opinion.
Dang. How you feel, man, Ricky? How you feel about that?
I'm kind of indecisive. Like, no, I agree with y'all with that is wrong and they did it like that. But I got a little sister and she's into that comic books, like heavy. And she was like, "Oh no, they were doing that," but I was like, they knew what they were doing. Like, because you take away the legacy anytime anybody searches a Black Panther. The legacy's gone. It's gonna come up to movies, and now it's gonna come up to Hernandez. And then if you search deep enough, you get the authenticity. You get the authentic Panthers. And I agree with what Unspoken said. Like, that's where I lie. But you got comic book heads that'll argue you down on that and say, no, Stephen King or whoever it was who wrote the comics, he created it back in the early 1900s.
Right.
But he was meaning it for it to be a character, not like a whole film production and taken away from what the freedom fighters. And I don't even believe he did it before I think he did it after. I think he drew up that character after the Black Panthers, and it wasn't really him. It was another artist, but it still takes away.
I told him.
What Ainswell was talking about, man. Let's see what they talking about right here with these Panthers, and we gonna
peep his hand behind his back too.
He got his hand behind his back. Let me take this off the screen, family, so we can see what's going on. So let's listen to what these the Lions, they gotta take them patches off then. All them patches gotta go, man.
All power to the people. As everyone knows, I'm Paul Birdsong. I got a message from Aaron Dixon today saying that he no longer supports us. That after
he said, and he co-signed Aaron Dixon. He said Aaron Dixon was the one who put him on. Am I lying?
No, you're right.
I could have.
He got that call.
Yeah.
You see the internet stuff,
bro. That he said that, it already lets me know that you shouldn't even be doing nothing that got to do with us, bro. If you was co-signing the man's name and he had to say, "No, he ain't rocking with you," that's letting it know like it ain't right.
That should let everybody else know that's under this comment section talking about how can I sign up, that you on some dummy shit. You setting yourself up for the lineup. Even fucking with him. After you hear him saying that whoever put him on don't want nothing to do with it, and you still willing to sign up,
still gonna rock with this? Like,
you kind of bought what you paid for.
Bro, we gotta have a board of counsel. We gotta have a board member that where we just eliminate anything that's damaging our image, name, and likeness, bro.
We doing it right now.
Yeah, for real. You is right. We doing it right now.
Yeah. I forgot who just said we doing it right now.
That was Ainswell.
Ainsworth, yeah, he's right. Both of y'all right. Like the old way of doing things, we got to get together, meet at the church, meet at the mosque. Them days over.
Yeah.
Like, we are the people. We put the what do we say? The code is the leader. Whatever we say, go.
That's crazy. They saying lawsuit on the way. Let's play what these boys saying. I just had caught that, and it's like I remember you saying Aaron Dixon, you co-signing him like he co-signing you. So that's very bad.
He gave me orders to make a video saying that him and other members were coming, that he withdrew his support.
Damn right, they gonna withdraw their support. They see us acting the ass on y'all out here. They like, I don't want to get a part of that, because if you support them, I'm gonna cancel you too. It's like, that's the code. We all telling y'all the violation of the code. I wouldn't even know why these guys standing around them. Like, from that, this should be demolished. Go turn it back and be a blood.
That he said that this situation is unimportant to him, even though my comrades have risked their lives and spent thousands of hours of their time and dollars in life standing behind a cause. He said he's going to make a statement saying no one has the right to call himself a Black Panther going forward. I told him to make sure that he put in that statement that he did, in fact, give us the right to call ourselves that, because I still have the messages where he did, just in case he doesn't. And I put in there also, make sure that you put in there that Emory Douglas did give us the right to wear that emblem, because I still have the messages where that happened too.
Nah, that he still got the messages. Nah, fam, I ain't going for it. I ain't going for it.
I don't even care, because he got the right to renege.
Right. He got
about old text messages and all that.
Right, but the fact that he gonna say that Aaron Dixon rocked with him and he didn't, it already gonna make me feel like, this is a fraud, bro. That's a fraud, bro. And that the people is telling you that, I would walk away from this. We don't want you doing this for us. We don't feel comfortable with you. But Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale ain't had to go through this. As soon as when we heard their rhetoric, we was like, yo, we rocking with these boys.
Facts, and they were doing stuff for the community also. Like, what have they done? Why are we only hear about them now that there's all this commotion about getting immigrants out, illegal immigrants?
Part of their cover is doing shit for the community. They do be giving out food in different cities and all that, and like they do little shit for the community in different cities. I have seen videos and clips of them, but I feel like that was part of the cover to get other people to be on board, to feel like, oh, they doing what the old ones was doing. That was part of it.
I'm sorry, I don't think that's enough, because I can do community service throughout without any organization to give out food. Like and I've done it before. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't think that's enough for if you want to take on the likeness of the Black Panther Party, and you're just like, all right, we're gonna go out and get food. What do you do to address some of the social and societal issues that we're facing? They've been incognito. I haven't heard of them, but they haven't been making any noise before this. This is the most noise they made, and it's all about protecting illegal immigrants. This is a country of immigrants. No, I'm not messing with it.
That's crazy. And we're looking at history in our eyes. Like, we're living it. We're watching a CIA agent in front of us posing as a Black Panther leader.
Really, literally, and they won't step down. Literally.
But the scarier part is you got too many people that fell for it. Like I could get you trying to support, the idea of what he doing, but as soon as he started talking that crash out shit, all buck stops. I'm sorry, we not stupid. You know what I mean? We not stupid
at all, fam. This is real time, though. I like what you said, though, Ricky. This is what we seeing it in real time right now. We seeing what the CIA. This is literally what they do. This is how they got us the whole time. Let me let them go.
But as it stands, Because of that, because of me and my comrades risking our lives and all the heat that we went under, because of the counter-revolutionary practices, because we don't believe in black nationalism, like Bobby Seale said in the video that I shared on my page earlier, that black nationalism is acquiesce to racism, and that we don't stand like that we're internationalists and intercommunalists, just like Huey Newton said. We will no longer identify with this flag. We will no longer identify ourselves as the Black Panther Party for self-defense. We're going to take OG from the town's advice. We're going to take the name that he decided to put out there. We're going to call ourselves the Black Lion Party for International Solidarity. Reason for the international solidarity is because we will stand with the immigrants. We will.
Do y'all hear this crowd, bro? You got to take the black off of that, bro. They called the Immigrant Lion Party.
Stand with the people being terrorized for ICE. We will stand with any oppressed people across the world. We will keep feeding every single day, keep offering food every single day. We will keep patrolling the community with guns. We will keep stopping drug dealers, keep stopping sex traffickers. We will keep stopping police brutality. This little plaque that I got, it says Paul Birdsong, and as a Panther, it says since 2020. I don't regret the work that I've done because it's brought me to this point. But going forward, these Panther patches will no longer be on my uniforms.
Look how he's just
me and my comrades stand independent. We're willing to work with any organization that stands for the rights of every living person. Any organization that stands against imperialism attacking immigrants.
What the heck?
He went through all that trouble to get the name and likeness of Black Panther. Try to act like he's
take
doing
that
it
Black
in honor.
Panther off, nigga. Them tags, everything. Somebody told him, look, do a video, take it off, and we don't want to see you wearing it no more. Like,
it was so theatrical.
I ain't like the way he threw him.
I don't like the way he threw him neither, fam. Like, no, now you know, you should have placed them things. Now you acting it seem like it's you. It's not the logos in Black Panther. Don't make it seem like you doing our shit. Like, I don't like that, man. I don't like that. I don't like
I really feel like he was just mad that he wasn't able to fool us all. I think
that's
what he looked like he was regretful that he could not pull this shit off like he told them folks he could. He thinking about all that money he about to not get. You know what I mean?
Right. But you heard how he said, I'm willing to work with any organization that's for, you hear this? This is the sales pitch. Like, y'all, I'm willing to work with anybody. Send me the money.
Yeah, he said any. He didn't put any type of clause in there. So that means you willing to work with Bloods. It means you willing to work with different gangs, the LGBTQ, any organization.
Yeah, fam.
And oppressed people.
He stands for oppressed people. This just like what they doing with us. They are forgetting about the things that we go through. And you're gonna go say, now you want to go help oppressed people all around the damn world. And the immigrants coming here. This is the same rhetoric we're seeing from our politics right here. They doing the same thing. That's what you're saying is what they doing to us here in America.
Exactly. And didn't the immigrants get reparations during Joe Biden's run?
Damn, for real? I don't know about that.
I mean, they got what? Millions of dollars. They was getting free housing. And not just in the project. They was going up in uppity towns, getting free housing, free dental. Like the list goes on. That unlimited credit card in New York that they was giving out. Like we didn't get a quarter of that. None of us, none of our ancestors, nobody got that. And they got bare minimum and a stanky face. That's what they got. Make it work. Like that's all any of us. And that was a few tiny of us getting that. Most of us had to figure out different skills, learn different trades. We never got any rest.
Right.
Rest was getting laid off.
Right. Now, I gotta laugh and stop from crying sometime, but check this out. Carl Kelly gonna say, okay, who is allowed to wear the emblems of the Black Panthers, maybe I shouldn't wear my BPP gear either. If you're not going to be representing our things correctly and be on code, nobody should be wearing it unless you're on code. And all you got to do is step outside, get on YouTube. Them people going to tell you. We going to tell you what on code is. I don't want people to think it's the Black Panther Party. It has nothing to do with what the Black Panther Party started. This isn't. They've been trying to tear that down since it was started. That's not the problem. Their 10-point system worked. We seen the clinics. We seen the work them guys put in. We can't even discredit their work that they did. That's not the problem. The problem is the people who was in there, like the William O'Neills, the Paul Bird songs. These are the guys that was into the Black Panther Party and they just wanted to tear it down. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's fact.
Yeah, he like, should I wear my Black Panther patches too? It's like, bro, are you trying to do what they do? You trying to support immigrants? You trying to be for all oppressed people around the world? Yeah, don't put it on. If you stand for that, don't do it.
Yeah, and then he referenced Huey Newton multiple times in his videos that he was putting out. The new Black Panthers. And I was just like, yo, this is not. I don't think that's what Huey Newton and the rest of the Black Panthers were for. That whole international thing. I was like, I've never heard from anyone that that's what the Black Panthers kind of stood for.
Mm-hmm.
And each time they had a resurgence, it was nothing but Black Americans. Like the last time they had that shooting and they appeared, those were Black Americans.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they had something in Georgia where they was marching down the street and all that, standing off with the police. There were no immigrants in the crowd. There were no immigrants hiding in the corner. None of that. It was Black people.
But I got to I got to salute to us, though. Think about what we did. We took down Fat Joe. We took now the Black Panther, this guy, Paul Birdstone. Anybody that play with us is like, we ain't playing. It was somebody else got canceled. I think an African rapper. What's his name? An African rapper. It's like, we
Burner
really
Boy.
Burner Boy. We really can cause damage, bro. Like people be saying we be on the internet, it ain't nothing. No, we really cause real damage. Let me let them play. And I want to show y'all. I want to get to I forget what I was at.
Now, if you're out here raping people and killing people and selling drugs and different stuff like that, yeah, deport them. But those people out there that are just working hard, trying to provide for their families, trying to escape the guerrilla warfare and the cartel warfare that's happening in their countries, to come for that promise of the American dream that the United States of America Incorporated lies about, we feel that they shouldn't be bothered, and we're willing to stand beside them to ensure that they're not. All power to the people. All power to the people.
No, stop saying that. Stop saying. Listen, everything has to change. No more power to the people. That's Black Panther stuff, bro. You can't do this. You're not the Black Panther. This is the problem. Like they gotta know they gotta change a lot of stuff up.
To be the new party for internationals and all that good stuff, there's a whole lot of only heavily melanated individuals in this room right here.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a setup like Ainsworth was saying. Side note, I was watching who's the mafia boss that got caught? Michael Francesi. Basically, he was talking with like feds and cops. He was basically saying, yo, you guys be entrapping people. You guys set them up. You present them with an opportunity to do a crime. And then they were just like, well, if you commit the crime, that's on you. And so I like Ainsworth was saying, this basically could be entrapment. Like you go join them, they have you do some dumb stuff. They'd be like, well, we ain't make you do it. We just gave you the opportunity to.
Right. For real. But yeah, this is crazy, man. Shout out to Ainsworth. So how you feel, man? This is exciting to get them out of here. I'm excited that we did this. Like, you got to give us our credit for like really standing on business.
Absolutely. And credit to you. Like I said, you was the first one that I seen anybody address it. And you was definitely the first one that I spoke to with it.
Right.
But yeah, and that was weeks ago. And like I
Yeah.
said, ever since it's just been a complete on anybody with FBA and they titles is talking about that. You know what I mean?
You right. You right. And you know what's crazy is I seen I did a petition on the Black Panther, and it was getting so much push afterwards. I was like, dang, these people is still on it. But yeah, I started on the 17th. So that was almost like, what's today, the 25th? Yeah, 26. That's a little minute ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Been putting in that work, bro.
Yeah, bro. I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
that's crazy. I'm glad it worked out, man. I'm glad we did that. A lot of everybody who signed the petition, it kind of get things moving. So
The real soldiers the real soldiers only need to be armed with the truth. That's it.
That's it.
I
You
mean,
right.
all they need. If you're giving them the truth, you're giving them all the ammo they need to shoot all this bullshit down.
Down. Yup.
I mean, we don't need no agendas, no nothing. Just keep it a buck. You know what I mean? Just like what we doing. The kids is gonna be able to tell, just like we was able to tell when we was younger. You know what I mean? Who was real, who wasn't. They gonna know. They gonna be all right.
Mm-hmm. We jumped on it quick. Yeah, so listen, y'all found somebody just say, so I'll ask again. What's the difference between FBA African American Negroes, and be a little bit more detailed than just saying bloodline, because Indian colored Negroes, African American, and now FBA. Can somebody get them for me, man?
I would, but he's gonna have to add some punctuation, because I'm not sure if he's. I'm being serious. I'm not sure if he's asking if FBA is one, or if he's saying FBA African American. If he retypes it with some punctuation, I'll say something.
Mm-hmm. For real, because I mean, this is crazy, in my opinion. I mean, it's names at the end of the day, but I wanted to get y'all
To be honest, I want to say this real quick.
Yeah.
It don't even matter what we call it. You know what I mean?
Facts.
We know who we are. You know, if you're from this soil, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. You know what I mean? It really don't matter the name. You can get confused or whatever, because everybody's gonna have different names, especially if they're from different areas of the country. They might be calling it Freedmen one side, FBA another, Solani on another side. We all know who we're talking about. You know what I mean? We ain't gotta get confused with the actual term. You know if you're from here and if you're not. You know what I mean?
For real. But the moral of what he needs to understand is we're from this land. They're trying to trick us and say we're from Africa. They want to point us back to Africa, so we know we from here. That's the whole point, what people got to understand. Damn all of the names. We're from here. They tried to tag. They don't have African Jamaicans. They don't have African Haitians. They don't have African Brits. Nobody else has African on their name but us. Even in Africa, they don't have African on their name. You feel me? They're Nigerian. They're, you know what I'm saying?
And when you bring that up, they act like they don't know what you're talking about. Like they've never tried to Africanize anyone else, anywhere else. Just here, us.
Messy Jesse did that. That's why he in a wheelchair now.
Man.
Like we got tribes too. Who's that, water God?
I said his handlers gave him that, you know what I mean? I'm sure he ain't come up with it. I'm sure they was, they was like, look, Johnny boy. I mean, what not Johnny, what was his name? Jesse, we need you, boy. I need you to go say this. I think that's how it went.
Yeah, during his presidency run. Sorry about that.
No, you good. FBA is a lineage. Okay. Man, I wanted to tap on this. Let me see what they saying in the chat. Oh, we got Earth Hebrew native. Negroes are not mixed blooded. We are pure. FBAs are not. Huh? Okay, let me get this. You're right. We don't need to explain. Right, Jesse Jackson is a whole Cherokee Indian. That's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah. Isn't he a chief?
He got rank. I heard he got some heavy rank.
I know he never identified as African American.
Which is
That's
crazy. But wanted us to identify as that.
And still got some of us defending.
That is crazy.
The one of those
You got people, you got people defending it.
Yeah, they gonna get the update later. We ain't got to do too much explaining. We didn't already put it in the public domain.
We all gotta keep repeating what is already known. We gotta keep repeating because their job is to rewrite history. That's their job. That's what they gotta do. So that's why it's important, man. I be asking my grandparents, "Hey, what y'all called yourself?" Nobody never said African, bro. All of my elders, even from this channel, people that I met, elders, they know nothing about being from Africa, bro.
Dude, that was an old commercial. I gotta find that video where this guy, it was like a 1930 video, black and white. And he went around the room like asking the kids their race and nationality. And he got to the white kids, and the white kids was like, I'm Polish. The other ones were like, I'm Russian. And two little black boys, he said, and what about you, Michael? And he said, American. And he said, what's your race? Indian. And he asked the other the other boy said the same thing. And this was like black and white. I got to find that video, but they back then. So a lot of this is all the race. We got to keep fighting these people because I can give it to white people. They're unrelenting. Even after our legends die, they still come for them. Like, man, they passed on their hate for generations.
Yeah.
Like I see why a lot of the immigrants gave in to white supremacy. Like, I can see it because you got to be strong. But since 1530, we've been fighting them, fighting against white supremacy.
Yeah, and they actually used some Haitians too in the Florida War. They used some Haitians to be on their side. They always been using immigrants, bro. Since the 1500s. You know?
And I can't remember.
You know what I mean? Because we always outnumbered them. You know what I mean? So we outnumber them. Y'all can just stay on cold, and they ain't got no power. But y'all willingly gave them power by participating. You know what I mean? And I can't really respect that, man.
And that's facts. That's facts. I don't know.
Enough to do in some senses is to build your own.
Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. I'll let you play that real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna see what. Okay, for a while. Y'all, let me play the Great. We gotta put some. Listen, this is one of the, and he's still living right now. We gotta definitely give him his flowers.
Communities. You gotta build your communities. You see, every group that when they leave their homeland, the last thing they do is look in the mirror. They look in the mirror and says, I'm going to America. And I'm going to go to America. I'm going to find me a community or neighborhood. Or I'm going to build one with people who look like me. And so that's why you go all over this nation, where they're coming out of Asia. You will find Vietnamese towns all over California, little Cambodias. You'll find a Chinatown in every major city. You'll see the Hispanics come in. They'll build a little Mexico, a little Havana, a little Hialeah. You find little Italys, French towns, German towns, Greek towns, Polish towns, but you cannot find one black town. And we are the only people. We are the only people that keep trying to integrate. We are the only people, rather than looking in the mirror and saying, I see somebody that looks like me. I want to go find and build me a community of people who look like me. We're doing just the opposite. That's your second problem, is inappropriate behavior of black folk. We keep looking in the mirror and says, I want to get away from everybody that looks like me.
Y'all heard what he said? Inappropriate behavior from black folks. This is what we got to make sure we nip in the bud 2026. Because this is the problem. When black people see other black people acting stupid and doing inappropriate behavior, that's what they're trying to push on us. That's why the rap came out. You feel me? The rap music, how these people acting is they're trying to influence us to be acting off code, pretty much. I want y'all.
Now that's facts.
Yeah,
trying to influence us to like rap music to kind of be crash out dummies. Like if you're an FBA and you try to live all that music, there's only two options: you're either dead or going to end up in jail. It's a rigged game in my opinion. Like
the game is rigged. Like introverts say, the game is rigged. What you say, Ainswell? How you feel about this inappropriate behavior that Clyde Anderson just said?
Man, I feel like we too late in the game to be still making these same mistakes. Like we watch generation after generation still, and we watching some of our generation still do the same. Like, at what point do you want a different result? You know what I mean? We've been talking this justice shit. We've been talking this change, all this. You know what I mean? But I think we the first generation that started actually putting foot to ass. You know what I mean? And sticking to it.
Right. No, I'm with you on that. 2 Cents was like, horrible excuse on rap when movies are 5x worse. It's the same. I'm putting them both in the category. We just said rap, but the Boys in the Hood, you know, when they had these movie sense, the baby boy when it was, you know, the toxicness with our, you know, our relationships they was pushing. You know, all of the movies and the raps, all of them play hand in hand. I'm not going to eliminate one or the other. It's Hollywood, you know?
Yeah. We were just giving rap as an example. Because, like, for all these young rappers that died, I don't know if they were FBA or not, but I'm sure there's been some FBA deaths in their circles. Like, who is it? Julio, Young Ing, Ace, 23 Island. 21 Island, J-Day Youngin. But basically, yeah, they're all talking about, you know, smoking their ops, and they really do be out there smoking their ops, like putting them in packs. And so I don't know. I just think it's counterproductive. And it's a lot of deaths for no reason.
I think I'm officially getting old, dog, because I don't know none of the names you mentioned. None of them names you mentioned, dog.
Yeah, you know, they might have, you know, passed around what, a year or two ago, some of them. So yeah, it's not new. Oh, wait, what type of rap music do you listen to, Angel?
I listen to all the golden era shit. To be honest, I listen to old Nas, Large Professor, Uji Rap, Big Daddy Kane. Most of the recent artists is like Currency, Larry June, all those dudes. They just having fun with it. They ain't talking that murder, death, kill shit.
That's facts. That's a strong playlist. I just wanted to get you. I just wanted to, yeah.
But I want to say this: those record deals, the contracts that they sign, is disrespectful and embarrassing. I want you to talk on that, Ricky's World. The contracts that they're signing is disrespectful and embarrassing. We should never be signing with another lineage of people. What's your take on that, Ricky?
Yeah, that's true. They should have listened to Claude Anderson. I mean, you rap about making millions of dollars in the streets, but you signed a deal for 50,000. Like, that's not logical thinking. Like, if you worked a job and was good with your money, you could make 50,000 in a few years just from working a regular 9 to 5. So it's that poison mind, and white supremacy knew this because when we were on our trajectory, we weren't making these bad decisions. When we had our own conclaves and our own Black Wall Streets, so they knew our potential, they know our potential, and they keep us in this sunken place as that's displayed as a whole, because as a whole, we're not in the sunken place. As in a whole, we don't make bad decisions like that. We're just all separated and fragmented. But even in being fragmented, how many millionaires do we have, and billionaires and thousandaires? So that's the product of being in poverty and low education. And even in poverty, a lot of our elders grew up in poverty but excelled in school because they knew they had to compete twice as hard. But when your parents are on drugs or partying and just out there and leaving you to be whatever, yeah, you're going to sign a deal, and even if it's $1 million, but we get to keep all your masters, and we're going to make 3 times than what we're giving you. A person with either loving parents and some common sense will say, I'm not signing that.
Right. Got you.
And
so I got 2 cents, man. I seen you was talking about the movies. I'm gonna ask Ames well and Unspoken, but 2 cents. What's good, family?
Hey, what's good, bro? Yeah, I came up because I ain't feel like going. We said the same thing, but just
Right.
basically they know that the movies have a higher influence than music. Now, I'm not saying rap didn't put kerosene on what was going on, but I know people were cutting up with gangs and violence and things of that nature even before rap was even widespread around the country. If you look at the numbers on it. So I can't blame it just solely on rap, but I ain't saying it's helping either.
Right, but check this out. When gangster rap, see, we got 2 eras that I want y'all to think about. It's drill rap and gangster rap. Drill rap is like gangster rap on steroids. So gangster rap started with the NWA in 91. But we had political rap before that. So that's what I'm saying. It's not even the point that we talking about the movies. I'm just saying we had political rapping. It was about political, and we was rapping about our conditions. So to go from that to gangster is very telling, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's very telling to switch. That's a political tool we could have been using with our music that got cut out.
It wouldn't allow. The rappers would tell you. A lot of the rappers that changed and they changed their style and this, that, and other, when they did their interviews, they told you that the A&Rs and these people like that would not allow you to do. I know people that rap that were very educated, and they told them to dumb it down and stuff like that. So they knew what was selling, what was going to sell. So that's why you didn't see no more Common people like Common rapping. I was like Brand Nubians and stuff like that. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it was all orchestrated. They did not want you pushing peace. Are you serious? They get you out of here like Martin Luther King. Keep playing.
That's what they did to the political rap. That's my point. My point is, I feel like rap would have been more powerful than the movies is because it's more of a free will. They got control over that screen, but they don't got control over our voices. But they do got influence. You get what I'm saying? That's why the NWA was they made it to where this kind of rap is hot right now, and the political rap is going out. That's how they made it seem, but they control that. As we look back on it, we should have control over what's hot in our narratives. Now we got Lil Nas X is a rapper, and he's, you know what I mean? This is the kind of stuff that they took control, but that's how I see it. Yeah, Ice Cube played a big role, but do y'all see it like that? Like 2 Cents, do you see it like that, fam? Like how they stole political rap?
Yeah, I was in that era. I know them. I know a lot of. I saw what they did, and people talked about it. They no longer wanted your act. It's like, okay, think about it now. R&B. You don't hear a lot of R&B music no more like you used to. They can control it. We don't control it at all. I wish we did, but that's not the case.
Well, one of the issues is we never control distribution, and that's where it gets down, where the rubber meets the road. So back then, before there was social media, because I'm from that era also, the conglomerates controlled distribution. So we got a much richer type of music when it was isolated to its various, like New York. And then, of course, the South started doing its thing. And then, of course, the West Coast started doing its thing. We got a much better quality of music that talked about ourselves to ourselves. But what are you going to say to this young cat who's coming up who wants to make it, and he's going to make that Faustian bargain with the white conglomerates, and they're going to treat him the way that he don't want to be treated, and half the time he don't even know.
I think
about this.
You know what the quick answer is? Go ahead.
How would the movies shape, right? Think about it like this, because 2 Cents was talking about the movies. He was like, bro, the movies did way more influence. I don't think the movies would have had that influence if that real rap was around. If that political rap was around, the influence of the movies couldn't be that strong. Do y'all get my drift on that?
Are you talking about like blaxploitation and things like that?
Yeah, I mean, like, because we would have seen it in the movies because we being so political with the rap music. By them changing the rap music is able to them to change what we see. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you talking about fight the power, and then you come out with Boys in the Hood, you get what I'm saying? It ain't go click. The people gonna call that out. But if you got NWA out bumping in the, NWA, we gonna got the police. It's more easier to come out with movies that's degenerating our people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
I was gonna okay. The reason why I know, not just what they don't have to tell me that through studies about what movies did. See, I know during that time, I'll put it like this. As a child, I go watch a Kung Fu movie. Guess what I do when I leave? Me and my friends do when we leave the movie. We do the Kung Fu and stuff. Now, however, you can understand that people, they want to be Spider-Man. They want to be Superman. This is why they had to change it and put labels on stuff. Like, you really shouldn't be letting your kids watch certain things, but the toothpaste is out the tube. Now, music was not as pushed as much as you can see stuff. I mean, like you can see movies and stuff. Music is everywhere now, and it's not as controlled. Wherefore, as back in the day, it was controlled to a certain level, but now it's out. Anybody, all of them, kids or whatever, just doing all the listening to horrible things that their minds cannot grasp. And I know as a child, so I can't sit here and play crazy. I know how influential movies were to me, and it is to a lot of other people. It will have you thinking you really are Superman. You really are whatever that main character was, the villain or whatever. So I do understand why they say movies are more influential, but now music is catching up because music is everywhere.
I disagree with that.
Go ahead. Give me your disagree. Go ahead.
Because there's been significant studies on this, and while yes, children will imitate, their superheroes. We've been doing that since the beginning of time. I grew up with cowboys and Indians, and that's how old I am. And so, we did those things. Sometimes we wanted to be Superfly because that's also my era. but it didn't do much to influence us into going into lives of crime, because the life of crime that we usually pursued, or that children usually pursued, is something that they were already surrounded by. And that's the reason why we say, the biggest indicator of crime is usually poverty, not the media that we consume.
I agree.
That's true. That's true. But,
I
as for
agree.
me, none of that, like the music or the films, ever would influence me to do crime. I think it deals with who raises the children, who raises that child, and how much of an influence there are on that child. But if you're missing a father or a mother, that plays a major role. That's part of your development. And if your environment is in poverty, that's going to add to it. And then music just amplifies it.
Right. The music was a reflection of what Black people were seeing in poverty. But for those who were like up in New York, yeah, we saw the fights. You had the gangs there, but the gangs weren't always bad, because if we recall, some of the gangs when they first started, like the Crips, they were helping the community. They were often a bulwark against the police who were brutalizing us. And then what happened, like, with the Panthers, you had infiltrators, you had all kinds of things that took place, just like, somebody was talking about Wall Street. We always
Mhm.
had people who were coming in who looked like us and were doing dirty work. But again, they were trying to get a leg up themselves. So my issue here is, I always talk about the systemic issue. The systemic issue is that the system is made to work against us. So if this stuff is happening automatically, and it does, then the system is working exactly as it should.
Yeah,
That's true.
that
Gangs is a
okay. Let's see
reaction.
if we on the same page on this. Okay, when I say music, we know medically in its own way. This is the reason why they give them music in their rooms, because it influences different things like pain management, anxieties, and things like that. In its own right, music is the influencer. Music can make you feel good in that way. We know that. But the movies is different. It shapes things like social norms, your attitude, the things that we're talking about. Meaning like the crime and the what's the new this what you're supposed to have. This is what the movie, when I tell you, they already know it. That's what I'm saying. Movies is, I'm not saying music doesn't have any influence. It is the top in certain categories. Like I was mentioning, medically, those things are very helpful, and it soothes the soul, that type of deal. But movies does a whole different thing, and that shapes us here in the United States, because we consume probably more television than most countries around the world. We've been doing it for a long time. So that's why I said movies about this crime stuff and all that kind of thing. You wouldn't know what poor was if you probably didn't have you didn't have a TV or watch movies. You probably, we most of us wouldn't. You don't know you poor if you stay out in a rural area and you just eating a little bit this, that, and other. You don't know until you see it on TV. It ain't because you heard it on the radio. Yeah, it's not because you heard it on the radio.
Right. But let me give you this one. Let me give y'all this one. I want to give y'all a point on this one, because this was a movie that came out that I was really messed up about. The Malcolm X movie, when Denzel Washington played Malcolm X. And when I thought that movie was coming out, I'm like, man, and I remember as a kid, I'm watching that movie, and I remember the scene of the part where they go, dang, a black man cannot have that much power. Y'all remember that scene? It was like Malcolm X had a lot of people lined up in it. I think a police officer said
the hospital scene.
Yeah, it was like, man, a black man got that much power. Right. That was always in my head. I always remembered that. I don't know why, but it stuck with me. So, and y'all saying y'all remember that too. So my point is, what did that movie do to us? Because obviously we didn't have no leaders and anybody that was, on Malcolm X kind of level. Could that movie have been put out to, cause a reverse situation and not a positive one?
No.
You say no?
No, because we have too many of us have bought into the dream. There's not enough of us who are quote unquote on code, especially not anymore.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Now we did have, residuals from that because the Million Man March and the Millions More March was just a repeat of that, at a greater scale. And let me see, I was at the first one, and the second one I was outside of the country. But my wife at the time, she went to the second one, and moments like that, they last. There is some residual from moments like that because the fact that we can still talk about it now, some 30 years later, is very telling. And as you know, Farrakhan, he still ain't silent about it. He's still saying the same thing that he was saying 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah.
That's rare. Like most elders kind of, chill out when they get in their 70s, 80s. They're not as passionate as they once were. But people like Farrakhan, and if Khaled would have lived, maybe him. I mean, but
But how much shine does Farrakhan get today? Most black people don't even know half of what he stated, said, or what he did throughout his entire, time as the leader of the nation.
yeah, I mean, you really don't really hear from the nation these days, not on a major scale.
No, they've been drowned out by, of course, this new thing, social media.
Yeah.
Well, we all know Farrakhan he's been blackballed from people. If you do business with him, that you can get canceled type of deal. So to catch him, you got to catch him on some YouTube stuff or it's all underground at this point in time. Trust me, he's still been going, and his heyday was in I want to say the late 80s, 90s. That was his heyday. Yeah. Because I would still remember listening to his tapes. I used to listen to his tapes all the time. And I'm not Muslim, I'm a Christian guy, but he's like a Joel Osteen. He preaches positivity, stuff like, it's a different type of teaching. You don't have to be the religion to learn and get the things that he's saying or trying to receive it type of deal. But yeah, he's been blackballed a long time ago. You're not seeing him on CNN and stuff like that no more. No, they're not giving him no more voice. No. He's the Charleston White of to the people right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I do not like Charleston White.
Yeah, that was exaggeration.
Yeah, I get you though. Yeah. Yeah. Well, somebody mentioned Dr. Khalid Muhammad. He was another one who spoke it like it was. That type of masculinity is, especially black masculinity, is number one what the white women were just drooling over even nowadays, and number two for that white race that was his biggest nightmare.
Educated and tactical.
Educated, tactical, unforgiving, and will speak his mind no matter who you were.
Yeah.
And who is that
You
talking
dare
right
be
now?
handsome on top of that.
And who's the guy just said something? Just said something.
HK. Well.
His name HK. Oh, okay. Yeah, my girl was like, "What are you doing? What are you listening to?" She's like, "He sound like he got a radio voice. He sound like he's talking in front of a microphone." I'm like, "Yeah, dude got one of them radio voices." And we'll be right back. And
oh no, you talking about dead set anime?
Yeah.
Oh, him. I'm talking about him. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Him. The guy that just said something. He got a radio voice.
Yeah, you do.
Definitely.
But now I want to ask y'all a question here. What was the single most part? It was a lot of stuff that got us to this point, but I want to get y'all opinion each. I'm gonna go from all of y'all. What was the single most that you think was the most detrimental thing that was done to us? That if that wouldn't have happened, I guess we can be in a better situation today. Y'all give me y'all points on what y'all think. I'll give y'all mine after y'all give me y'all's. But let's go with Ricky's World. What can you bring up that what happened to foundational Black Americans in this country that you feel like is the most detrimental?
Well, other than that, that's one of the worst. But I would say forgiveness.
Forgiveness?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, elaborate on that, and we're gonna forgiving them
Well,
for everything.
forgiving all our enemies,
Mm.
giving them the benefit of the doubt throughout the many centuries. And I'm not saying necessarily we should have just, you know, taken them out, but remain completely separated
Okay.
and just focused on us. And had we never forgave them, like how a scorned woman never forgives men. Like them kind of people, they are forever changed. And I think had we remained isolated and built on what we needed to build on, everything would have worked its way out. However, it needed to work its way out.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Big facts. Big facts. Okay. Okay. Unspoken vibes, man. What would you say is the most single thing that was detrimental to you?
In my opinion, I'm gonna have to go with integration. I have nothing against sharing spaces with other ethnicities or races. I just think for the foundational or FBAs, that's been like the most. That's where things started to take a real downturn for us because initially, from my understanding, it was all because we were separate, but we were supposed to be getting equal resources and stuff like that, and we weren't getting it, and then we had to press for it, and then they were just like, all right, you know what, since so many people aren't giving us the equal resources that we're supposed to be given as citizens, we're just gonna integrate you guys. The reason I think that's the most detrimental point for us as a community is because that's when I believe the destruction of the community started um, right there with integration. Because we had our own businesses. You had Black Wall Street, we had our own companies, we had our own skilled labor, we had all of that. We owned a lot of our own Black businesses. So we had ownership and stuff, and we had our own. We were tight knit because we looked after each other. We already knew what it was. We had a high marriage rates. Besides, all the oppressing that they did to us as a community, we were good. It's just kind of that our community started fragmenting after integration.
Facts. Okay. Ainswell, what would you say, Ainswell?
I'm gonna have to go with. I'm apologizing. Well, I'm not gonna say apologize, but it's unfortunate if this hurts anyone's feelings. It's not meant that way, but I would have to say religion, man. Because religion, in my observance, is basically a war strategy used to soften up the people that you wanted to attack.
Yeah.
And I feel like religion in general just separated us and splintered us and made it easier for us to be attacked the way we was. Like it separated families, all that, you know what I mean? And it also ties in with that forgiveness the brother was talking about. Because in the Bible, they basically program you to be good slaves and be good to your master. You know what I mean? And that's a program that is very dangerous, and I see the result from it. Because my family is real religious. A lot of them Jehovah's Witness, and they ain't got no problem cutting off family for that religion. So I would have to say religion.
That's a good one, bro. I gotta give it to you. That makes sense. Makes sense. 2 cents, man. What you say, fam?
I really don't want to go with the obvious. keep it. Kevin Samuels, fresh out the shower, fresh face out the shower. 1 through 10, you can't use 7. I'm about to use 7. I'm gonna say slavery, but that's too far back. That right there that is so detrimental to what happened, but that's too far back. I still got to go with my man. I think it was the second one. That segregation thing, man, it don't work. It really don't, and you really can see it over history. I I think, yeah, didn't Martin Luther King say that after he said, man, I'm afraid that I walk my people into a burning building type deal, you know, that with that integration thing? Because I've been around a lot of places around the world and it's still segregated. And they still can perform. I think the segregated part, I ain't saying just don't do nothing with other people, but just the ideology of it, you know, the whites with whites, the blacks with blacks. I get it why people do that. White supremacists have been fighting that for a long time. They believe in the purity of their race and that, this, that, and other. But he hit it now. I'm with him on that one. I don't want to go with the obvious, the slavery thing. None of this stuff will be going on right now. This is butterfly effect. If we didn't have slavery, that's how far it goes back. I don't think we would be going through half of the stuff that we going through. You wouldn't have Jim Crow laws and all that bull crap like that. But yeah, that's how I feel on that one, Water God.
Okay, I got one more for y'all, so y'all stay tuned. Ed said, Anime, how you feel, man? Which one? What you going with?
The biggest failures of black people?
Yeah.
I know people are going to dislike this one, but it was when the black woman bought into feminism.
Oh,
that destroyed everything. It was the masterstroke. Because, I mean, let's talk about forgiveness, for instance. I'm going to go over what some of the other brothers said. If you're talking about forgiveness, let's talk about Toussaint Louverture and the Haitian Revolution. If we are not, if we're going to act in an unforgiving way, then how can we forgive those black women who murder 250,000 children a year in their own wombs? Because we know that power is a numbers game, and then women control who gets born. And we're talking about some 66 million black babies killed since Roe v. Wade. Come on now. And then we can go back to Sojourner Truth. Ain't I a woman too? These women have been, and this is not that I hate black women, because I got black kids. I was twice married to black women, and I chose only to have black kids, so therefore I only married black women. But I'm going to call a spade, and this I'm going to hit religion too, because if we go to the first human story in that Bible is, do not let that woman go off on her own, because if you believe the snake was not her own thoughts, then you're sort of missing the lesson. That was her own desire speaking to her. And she did this when the man was away. We need to have oversight over these women. Protection. A woman cannot be protected if she don't submit to her protector. That it just doesn't work that way. Even the president has to submit to the Secret Service if he wants to be protected. So the moment that she got from under our oversight, and I'm not saying that black males didn't drop the ball too, because we were suffering under the very same system that she was suffering under. Well, at the same time, if we look at what black males did, because all of the rights that we have came through the blood, not 100% of them, but most of them came through the blood, the suffering, the beatings, the jail time, the breaking of our minds, the going into the militaries, the water hoses. It was mostly black males suffering all of that stuff. And black males did put in the work. We put in a lot of work. But on this end of history, the black feminist is wiping that right off the board. And black feminism has destroyed more babies in a shorter amount of time than all of slavery. That's what abortion did.
Damn.
He said the quiet part out loud. I ain't think about that. The most murdering folk on the planet is really women at this point. Not planet, U.S. Dang, you hit it. Yeah, you open our eyes on that one. You said that quiet part out loud. I wasn't gonna touch that one.
Oh,
but yeah, go ahead.
Deep, man, listen, every point y'all brought up was a point. That was deep, but it's good for us to hear that. We gotta hearing this is like, man, I'm learning so much. I'm like, dang,
there's some sorry to cut you off, Water God.
Go ahead.
There's some context with the abortions and forgiveness. When I say forgiveness, I meant we forgave them for everything.
But
like even to this
too.
day,
Like
the
Angel
religion.
said, like think about the turn your cheek.
Well, that's the thing. You're
Oh,
not supposed to turn your cheek. You're supposed to turn your cheek to the person that's part of your tribe. That's this whole thing. Like I read the Bible too, and I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness,
Right.
but I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. I don't subscribe to any Christianity these days.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're talking about like the Ten Commandments,
Mm-hmm.
it says, let's say, "Thou shalt not kill." Well, actually, what that meant was murder. It didn't
yeah.
mean you can't go to war and kill your enemy, because
Right.
God was also called, and the Jehovah's Witnesses during the wartime, He was called Jehovah of Armies. Or do you think Israel got its went to the Holy Land and it was unoccupied? No, they had to fight for that. The Canaanites were already in the Holy Land, and Joshua and them had to go and fight for that. So the idea that we're supposed to turn the other cheek, you're supposed to turn your other cheek to, I guess, your tribesmen. But to your enemy, you better not turn your other cheek. You better chop his head off.
Oh yeah, that's why I say it has to be context, like with
Hmm.
everything we say, because that's what extremists will do. Like we can just say we have a disagreements with white people, and we might be in this chat having our disagreements. Someone hears that, and next thing you know, they on the Channel 2 News.
Hmm.
Like some extremists just go way too far, and we can have a disagreement with anything and just leave it with that. But extremists take it to a whole nother level.
That reminds me of the black families that be on the news apologizing and forgiving the people who killed their family members.
Yeah.
Those would
What's
be
his
those
name?
extremists.
Yeah, what's his name? Botham John's brother. That
Yeah,
was
that type.
disgusting.
That type
That
of
was.
those are the
I'm-
extremists who read it and they missed the whole context of the
Mhm.
whole turn your cheek thing.
Oh yeah, and I was an ex-extremist. I was really into that, the Hebrew stuff, the going to war and preparing, and some things. Yeah, it's a time and a place.
Mhm.
You know, and this is a good conversation for the chat and everybody to hear us speak and flush out a lot of this.
Yeah, and I don't want people to get caught up on the Jehovah's Witnesses thing, because that's just an aside. The only thing I was mentioning was background, because
Right.
we got a lot of background. Some of us are Baptists, some of us were Muslim,
Yeah.
some of us come from atheists, and so that's just background information.
Mm-hmm. But
But
like I said
yeah,
yesterday that I feel like we need to have lineage-based religion. There's no way we should be having the same religion as somebody that's not in our lineage or our tribe. It don't make sense. You get what I'm saying?
yeah,
I get
yeah,
what you're
I do.
saying, but we ain't really got we don't
We don't really
actually
need.
have to
Yeah.
separate everything based on lineage. You know what I mean? We can conduct business with people that's not in our, you know what I mean? We can do all of that. But as a lineage, we just gotta have our shit straight. That's all.
Right.
Well, I think something I think about with religion, because actually I do like religion, even though I don't subscribe to any particular, religious cult, for lack of a better word.
Mhm.
If I ask this question, what is the difference between religion and government?
In some countries, they kind of go hand in hand, but in this
Mm-hmm.
country, they separated religion and the state. So, um, what's the difference? In
I mean, practical
America,
difference. Yeah,
huh?
practical differences, not abstract, but real practical differences.
Right. I mean, they still got a code of ethics. You get what I
Right.
mean?
Mhm.
And
Mm-hmm.
the only thing is, when we look at the religion, there's no discipline. Like if you break the code of ethics, there's nothing that's gonna really happen to you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's no discipline now, but back
Yeah.
in the earlier days, or the Islam, you had things. I mean, even today with Middle Eastern Muslims, yeah, apostasy is a death sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get into things like homosexuality and things like that, those are death sentences.
Death sentence. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So so I don't really see a difference between government and religion, because the goal is the same. What you're trying to do is you're trying to take a group of people who would otherwise be out of control, and then give them a set of binding laws or binding doctrines to help them work together. That's the goal of government. That's the goal of religion. So if you let's take a look at like the book of Exodus. When you get towards the mid of the book of Exodus, what you got is a nation building. When you get to Leviticus and Deuteronomy, now you got the building of the laws, and then you get to the judges. Now you're talking about the building of the courts. All of this stuff is integrated into into Judaism, because we're talking about the Old Testament now. But you see the same things when it comes to building like the Egyptian governments, like the old African governments. You see the same thing with the Indian governments. You see the same thing with the Chinese governments. You see the same thing with the Western governments, starting with Rome. So it tells us all of that old doctrine, like if you even going back to the Roman canon, or if you're going back to Aristotle when they're talking about law, all of these old things were men who were much older than us observing human beings without the abstraction of technology and then figuring out how we operate. So if we were wearing pants 6,000 years ago, we would still be putting them on one leg at a time. Because humans didn't change. But what we did was, what religions did is figure out how to organize humans in such a way that you could build pyramids, that you could build cities, that you could have trade, that you could have a Silk Road. And then what happened is the secular governments came around, or some secular governments or other religions were absorbed through conquest or whatever the case may be. And you got a Constantine who converted to Christianity, and they went on doing the same thing.
Right. Okay. Okay. Now I'm gonna get this question now. This is more futuristic. Where we at today? That was from the past. So where we at today and looking forward, right? What are some of our best assets that we have right now, in y'all opinion? I'm gonna start with Ricky's World and go over. So looking today with what we're trying to strive, Ricky World, what do you feel we have that's our best asset?
Common sense.
Okay. Common sense. Okay, that make a lot of sense, though. That make a lot of sense.
That's a superpower now.
Huh?
That's a superpower right now.
Yeah, that is a superpower right now. I ain't gonna lie. That's a good one. That's a good one. I want to hear what y'all got to say. We're gonna go over how y'all feel about it, but we got him. Unspoken Vibes. What you say? What's our biggest asset to you right now?
Okay. Biggest asset to us right now. It's kind of hard. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of hard. I got a few, but
you guys are smart. I want to hear from y'all though, man. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got the juice, bro.
All right. Okay. Well, I mean, honestly, I don't know how to kind of put it into words, but what, like, how many of you guys have seen that movie 12 Years a Slave, right?
Yeah.
That scene where he said, he tells the woman, "I will not fall into despair. I will party myself until freedom is most opportune." I feel like that's a spirit that we have. I think that's our biggest asset. I don't think that just kind of goes away from FBAs. I think that's something that we've kind of had to have in us to kind of make it through all we've done, and we're still pushing it. So that's one asset right there. Even though they say we're lazy and we're uneducated, my second one is I think we have an amazing work ethic, and we're very industrious and creative and innovative. I feel like I took all of them, so I'm gonna stop there.
Okay. Innovative. I'm gonna go with that. Ameswell, what would you say, man? What's our biggest asset that we using? I mean, not even that we using. What is our biggest asset we got today?
It kind of go with the first brother comment when he said common sense. Basically, it's a weapon, man. If you're not scared to use your brain, man, and think, like observe what you're seeing from all aspects, see what's going on, and see if it makes sense to you. You know what I mean? You listen to everybody here. You know what I mean? We're not telling you which way to go with it, but you got the ability to think. You know what I mean? And you can tell the truth. That's it.
Right. Okay. 2 cents, man. What you think is our greatest asset right now?
Right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the humble role. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna say it like this. I know how God has created us. He's given Black people a superior gift, whether some of them use it or not. Yeah, I'm not. You ain't got to sit here bragging and nothing like that. You got eyes. You know, as far as like people inventing, how intelligent they are, how superior, how fast you are, how strong you are, all of these things, how God made your anatomy, things like that. So I'm not going to sit here. See, I'd be a fool to sit here. That's like me having a whole bunch of money and talking about how many cars I got. I ain't got to do it because I know you got eyes and I got eyes and you know exactly what's going on. And I thank God every day. I'm grateful for how he created me and my family.
Mm-hmm. Big fact. So you saying we got the most high for real? That's the biggest asset. That's a good
all
one.
you need. That's all you need.
Right. I like that. I love that, brother. So Dead Set Anime, man. What's our biggest asset right now? What would you say?
Influence.
Influence.
There isn't a nation on this planet that is not influenced by the Black American people. When it comes to our music, when it comes to how we dress, when it comes to how we write, when it comes to even how we rebel, our story is known in damn near every corner of the earth. And you got people out there trying to emulate it. You got Korean people over there going to church the way we do, frying their foods the way. K-pop is just a repeat of what we did back in the 1990s.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Japanese people in their rock, and you see our stuff showing up in anime. I mean, Black American culture, FBA culture, is so potent right now, and has been potent for a very long time. That what did its influence do? Yesterday, it helped end apartheid in South Africa. It brought a bunch of Africans over here after the civil rights acts, civil rights bills were
right
voted into.
Yeah.
It brought in the Mexicans, brought them into the fold, where they could not have even had any inroads had it not been for the Black Americans. The Black Americans have our influence is so far and so deep because I lived outside of the country for 6 years that it's everywhere. Russia, Kazakhstan. You can even find it in Dubai. We're not talking about African culture, who is right next door. You're talking about Black American culture. Our influence. If we can wrangle that in and control it, we could rule this world.
For real. For real. I like that. I like all y'all what y'all said, but let's see what some of the chat was saying. Somebody in the chat put delineation. How y'all feel about that?
Necessary. Absolutely necessary.
No, that's facts. It's an asset.
That's an asset, right? I mean, because nobody can cape off of us no more, right? Then we got somebody put voting power.
Nah.
DJ scratch the needle.
We ain't got enough voting power. Our voting power depends on our influence of another larger group's voting power.
Right.
Yeah, I get where he's coming from, though. If you want to play devil's advocate, because I understand we are very. When I tell you we are so influential, like I could start saying something at my job. I promise you, everybody else will start coming in doing that same thing. I'm a highly influential, so it's enough Black people that could be around, and we sway a lot of these states, believe it or not. Because if you think about it, it's only about what 35 million people that's eligible to vote. I don't know how many of us is eligible to vote, but it's 45 total million of us. But we are always in the mix. They got to come running to us and try to do rap songs and all that. I can understand what he meant by that voting power, because we are we are powerful base to come to for voting. We swing stuff either way. But go ahead.
Right. I appreciate Terry Dickey. Thank you for the Cash App, and Mr. Lampier, man. We appreciate y'all for tapping in that. Appreciate you. So somebody else put what is our biggest asset? It would be live chats. Okay, communication. King of Kings, and they put reparations.
No, we ain't got reparations today.
We ain't got it yet, right?
Yeah,
but I mean,
got that.
I think we're gonna get that bill though. I think they're gonna have to pay it for some way. They're trying to figure out a way to, give it to us, but I think they gotta do it.
You talking about at the federal level?
Yeah, at the federal level. Yeah. Not at the state level. We're seeing all these states with San Francisco. And then Tamika put ancestors. So I like what y'all said there. That make a lot of sense. But the biggest one I do like is the influence. Shout out to Dead Set. You killed that one. Vicky Diller is on the case.
I
For
like
the
Vicky Diller.
federal?
Shout out to Vicky.
Okay. They can just get out of our way.
Shout out to Brother Rich too, man.
Who?
Brother Rich. Black
Rich.
Magic 363. Y'all ever heard of him?
Oh yeah. He isn't he what is his occupation?
Man, in my opinion, he the greatest question answer. He one of the greatest question answers on the web. In my opinion. That brother asked some excellent questions. He been interviewing mad different people from different fields of knowledge, you know what I mean? And the questions he asks, he make them give you an answer that makes it plain. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Shout out to Bernie's Badge. Put FBA moving on one accord is a big asset. Fam, that sound good, fam. That sound good. I'm finna want to hear the rest of Dr. Claude Anderson. I pause his wisdom, his knowledge, and then we're gonna get back to it. Let's see what
You can't have any power and wealth doing that. If you don't have a community, you cannot rebuild Los Angeles without a black community. If I cannot come in this city, you can tell me where every black lives, where he stays, where he works. You don't have a community. And all of you that want to go in business, don't waste your time. You cannot start a business and operate without a town or community. Why can't you do it? Because without a community, you have no market. If you don't have a market, every black gonna go by your store at 200 miles an hour heading for the suburbs and heading for the malls.
So the black community. Y'all see in California, we got a lot of black people leaving. We got gentrification is really killing us right now. You know, like I told y'all the story the last live. I put that live in there for you, Lampier, for you to jump in, man. I put the link in there. I was going back to my hometown in Fort Lauderdale, and I was telling them, like, man, they building all of these houses. They building these high rises. Do y'all see what's going on in our community? And it was like they couldn't see it because they're there. Because I was living in New York and coming back, and I'm like, man, it's crazy. Gentrification. How big of a problem do y'all think? I'm gonna let all of y'all tap on that. Is gentrification a problem, or do we need to start our own communities? Could we get like bought out here? Let me know what y'all think.
Is gentrification a problem?
I mean, oh, sorry. Did I cut someone off?
No, go ahead.
No. Okay. Gentrification is definitely a problem. Should we start our own communities? I think we have to, because one of the key aspects of why so many places get, gentrified is because of the money. So we won't have to worry about that if we have our own communities where we own the blocks or the land where we're staying and where we have our stuff. So gentrification ties back to our ownership, if you ask me. And then we need ownership.
Right. Damn. We definitely need that. He's saying that. Go ahead. Who's next? Ainswell? Ricky's World?
You said is gentrification a problem?
Yeah, like you in Philly, right? Are you seeing gentrification in Philly where you at?
Absolutely. I see it in almost any city I visit, but I think it was a problem. I don't know. I see it's them playing around at the last minute trying to scramble. You know what I mean? It's all for nothing in the end. We about to get everything back, so it's futile for them. I don't focus too much on gentrification.
Right. Okay. 2 cents, man. How you feel about it, man? What Claude Anderson said, we need our own communities. They gentrifying us. What you got on that?
Yeah. Look, I know most of y'all in here, y'all done seen Boys in the Hood. I think when they I think Lawrence Fishburne, he was in there, they giving messages in the movie. He was talking about, yeah, this is gentrification. He was talking about that back then. And see, most people think just because California got all these people, well, I promise you, it's not that many blacks in the state of California. They all nestled in into one little area, isolated area. It's not a lot of them. I think it might be 7%, 5 to 7% of the population in California. So they have very little. They have very little power there. Now, when you start going somewhere, we talking about the East Coast, it is a little bit different. We dropped the ball on the ownership thing. What people did, they sold out. They sold their property, sold grandma's business. When she passed away, the ball out with some rims and stuff or whatever. A lot of people did a lot of foolish stuff. And we gave up a lot of ownership for a few dollars. Now, gentrification, it's all in place. They can do what they want. Yeah, that area it's about to be a Starbucks or it's about to be a baseball field. They'll get you out of there because you don't have enough in numbers. It's not enough of you, whatever race you are. That's why you're getting kicked out and ran over right now at this point in time. But gentrification is a problem. You can't stop it right now. You don't own nothing. You don't own nothing.
Gotcha.
It's sad but true. We don't own a lot.
It's sad but true. You're right. Dead set. Anime, man, how you feel about it?
Okay, this is probably gonna piss a lot of people off, but I actually agree with gentrification.
Dang.
And the reason being, to gentrify a neighborhood is to improve a neighborhood. That's all gentrification means. You're gonna put money into it. You're gonna invest in it. You're gonna build it up. Now, racial gentrification, no, I'm definitely against that. However, I'm going to remind people of DeSoto, Texas. DeSoto, Texas, and I used to live in Glen Heights. I owned a house in Glen Heights, which is right next door to DeSoto, Texas. And the blacks there, it was a black neighborhood. I'm not sure what the percentage is now because you had all those people move from California. But back when I was there between the years of 2004 and 2016, Black people owned that. And when people drove through those neighborhoods with the manicured yards and the clean driveways and all this other, they thought that area was white. And there was more, and this is down in southern Dallas. So this is the last county in Dallas County just before you get to Waxahachie. We had more money and more black businesses going through our neighborhoods in that small area than downtown Dallas had. That's how much money was in DeSoto, Texas when I left in 2016. So I don't know what it is now. However, we could not gentrify what was already gentrified because we already did it ourselves. Now, I moved to Baltimore, Maryland in 2016 and bought a house there. And that shit needed to be gentrified. I don't care who they moved in there. Them Negroes were out of their minds out there in Baltimore. And so we talked about, we can talk about the Chris Rock, the war between black folks and ninjas. Well, we see it on Front Street in places like Baltimore because you got a lot of black people who are trying to do a lot of good. But Baltimore is also one of those cities that have black leadership. It has a lot of money in Baltimore, and that money, it never gets to where it needs to go because every year, damn near some black person is being indicted for some nonsense.
Yeah.
So gentrification is an improvement. If we could get our money together and form investment groups, that's one thing. Another thing is I'm not down with us, forming one gigantic, black town or Chinatown because it just makes us a large target. I'm all about online gentrification, abstract gentrification. Nobody needs to know where we are, what we're doing, but yet we can still organize that way. We can still pool our funds. We can still talk to each other without having somebody throwing a bottle rocket or a pipe bomb inside of the windows and, killing our key people.
Right. Fam, I'm so glad you said that. Just that you said that, I had to put the link. I had to put the link to the Discord because we want to have conversations like this. I like what you're saying there. I'm gonna put the link in there for the Discord, y'all. We're trying to get something going. But look, we got King tutoring. This is your first time coming on, King. Let us know what you think, man. I know you've been waiting, but go ahead and the floor is yours, man.
My brother, thank you. Thank you for having me on. Right now, we all on one accord as Black people in the U.S. Standing down, not fighting this ICE war. They're trying to involve us. So that's one thing we're doing together as Black people, coming together of all religion, of all different backgrounds. That's a plus for the first time in the U.S. for Black people. It seems like we all pretty much, even the coons is pretty much standing down, relaxing, got our feet up. So right now is a time that we need to maybe look at our buying power, our discretionary income that we use. I think it's time now that we need to put some type of plan together with Black Americans to start deciding when we spend our money, where we spend it, and how we spend it, while we got our feet up, staying out this fight with ICE.
Oh, facts. Big facts, man. Big facts. Big facts. I like what you're saying there. Yeah, man. I mean, we all sticking together. They saying unity is good for us too. TYB, I'm gonna make you a I got you. But I appreciate y'all for joining in right there. But yeah, man, I like what you was saying. I like what everybody was saying on this. Carl Kelly put the government can use eminent domain to take property from people. Gentrification and urban renewal are similar. Both are used to harm Black communities. Big facts. So, yeah. The most important thing I think what we got to do is we cannot be claiming a political party.
Agreed.
We got to stop that, bro. Like all of these people that's trying to push us to be Republican or push us to be Democrat, we just need to stay us, and then we need to be able to ask, okay, what are you doing for us? What tangible do you got for us to be able to vote for you? That's the only way I feel it's gonna work. Thank you.
Water guard. Hey, water guard. Yes, let's clear this up. Yes, we'll clear the air up on this Democrat Republican thing. I agree with you exactly. Claiming parties, whatever. It's almost gang-like, high school cliquish type stuff. You know, we know back in this what was it? I want to say like 1960s. Only reason why the Black people became Democrats is because they were getting tangible things that they felt that was going to help them. I don't care if you call them Democrats, or whatever you call them. Black people changed party because the Democrats, had changed it because we were Republicans, like they were saying before the 60s. But they said, we're going to give you, this is when they gave you civil, we're going to do the civil rights thing, start passing bills. And what was the other ones? The welfare assistance and stuff like that start kicking in when you were going to get help. Like basically, the Calgary was on the way. So those were actually at that point in time, yeah, that was help. It was tangible. And put it like this, it was tangible to them. We don't care what you call them. So all that, hey, I'm a Democrat, I'm a liberal, that's bull crap, man. It's who are gonna try to deliver for you and your community and your people and what you're doing, what you got going on in your life.
Yeah. To add to that, there was a trifecta that took place at the same time. The
Yeah.
trifecta was with the expansion of the New Deal to Black people, which we weren't largely getting. Of course, that's when the feminists went off and then joined welfare. And then, of course, you had Lyndon B. Johnson and his famous quote, I have these ninjas voting for Democrat for the next 100 years, which turned out to
Damn,
be
he was
true.
right.
Yes, it was. The other thing that took place was, of course, the white people, especially after that. That was when we had the expansion of private schools. That was some of the largest expansions of ghettos since, you know, the what you call it, the when black people went from south to north, the northern migration. And of course, we know what happened after that. You know, we had the 1980s, which we had poor high unemployment, and then we got into the 90s, and then things improved. But of course, you had Clinton got into office, and then that's the reason why we got this whole housing thing, because derivatives started under Clinton. And of course, black people suffered the most from that. You had savings and loan scandals. You had basically every ill that this country has ever suffered did not come by us. And I know this is sort of rhetorical. It did not come by us because we didn't have the power to do it. We've always suffered under it. But to go back to that trifecta, 3 major things happened during civil rights. Number 1, integration. Integration was, I think it was necessary because, let's just say, there is an improvement, a marked improvement between what happened today post-integration than what was happened legally pre-integration. The second thing was our women went on mass welfare. That was the death of the black family, wholesale. And then the third thing was we began to buy largely into political parties. And that was the death of black people on the whole.
Sorry, what was that? What was that third thing? My fault. I zoned. I was doing
We
something.
bought into the political dream. We bought into the American dream.
Okay,
because the
thanks.
American dream was never about us. Politics was never about us. So, you know, people started doing this, you know, Democrats, Republicans. It's something I remind people about. You know, remember when George Bush was saying that it was the Republican Party who ended slavery and all this other stuff? I like to remind people that Jim Crow existed in every state in the country, including Hawaii, and that was both parties.
That's facts.
Bro, cooking.
Everybody on the panel is cooking tonight. I'm not gonna lie. I've been enjoying hearing all you guys speak.
For real. This was a good one, man. This was legendary, bro.
Coming to America. That boy good. That boy good.
Steve Coakley was trying to warn people of this.
Yeah.
He was trying to warn people that you're looking in the wrong place. That he's not running the show. Like, these families are running the show. And nobody really listened.
The worst ones are white people, because even when Johnson told them that if you could teach a white man to hate a black man, you know, you can basically, he'll basically give you all the money out of his pocket. I forgot how that quote went. I'll have to look it up. But yeah, he will, just for him to think that he's better than a black man, even though he is as poor as, and sometimes poorer than we are, that one little thing that means absolutely nothing is enough to make him vote against his own interest and act against his own interest. It is the most low IQ stuff I have ever seen. I mean, I trip over their IQs every day, but you know, it's just like,
My brother,
They didn't learn
I
that lesson
respectfully
since.
disagree with you.
Go ahead.
Integration was the biggest downfall of our people, because it made the black man think the white man ice was colder. That whole scenario happened with integration. We stopped going to the black suppliers, as brother was talking about, the black owners, the black stores, because we thought the white man's store was better. We thought the white man's ice was colder. And that was because of integration. So I disagree with you respectfully.
Okay.
I understand that. Let me ask you this then, just to push back a little. The schools that our children were going to, especially after post-integration, did they have better books, better facilities, better
Yes,
access?
better teachers. They had better teaching. They was getting taught not the white man reconstruction. The teachers then was teaching what we call Lyceum, When you go to a black university, I graduated from Grambling State University. It was mandatory to take lyceum.
HBCU.
That was being taught. Well, we have a curriculum still being taught in schools. That's not the truth. It's not to help black people. But before integration, that teacher was given that home ec, that lyceum to the student in class, not just the curriculum of Columbus came here, but listen, little Tyrone, we've been here since day one. They just want me to teach you this. So that's what's been taken away because it's not all black anymore. It's integrated.
I understand that. I agree with that. I'm going to put my argument on things such as the sciences because we did not have those facilities. I put my arguments in the courtrooms because what came with those civil rights bills also altered the way judges could adjudicate a lot of the cases that we're dealing with black people. We still got a raw deal, but it was not nearly as raw as what we were getting prior to integration.
So what you're speaking to is the last 47 presidents, which is quite young here in America, which is the United States of America, when the whole government was all black, and it was the United States of the Republic.
Right.
And John Hanson was on the $2 bill. That was one of the presidents at that time, a black man. So that's the history that they don't teach. That's the reconstruction that we're underneath. And we thinking that that's the way it was. That's the way it is. No, sir. No, sir. So we want to talk about the first 42 presidents in the United States of America were black men. That's not talked about. We talk about the history of the United States of America. That's the last 48, 49 white presidents, one Barack Obama. Besides that, so it's two different classes of why they created the KKK was to stop the black man from going to the polls and voting. It's a reason for that.
I'm not sure on the black presidents thing because that's something new for me. So you're going to have to explain that a bit.
Like I said, sir, I'm talking about it's I get excited. Let me slow down. We underneath the United States of America.
Right.
That's what it starts with George Washington. So the Constitution, the government, the presidents, all that was existing way before they decided to put George Washington for United States of America. We were first the United States of the Republic. And that's what the black man ran here in America.
So, okay. So you're saying that pre-revolutionary times, there were black presidents here in the United States, and which was no United States, it would have been the colonies.
So we have to, just like we took religion and broke it down what it really is, we got to break down this history that they taught us. So we are getting closer in today's time of understanding that we were not brought here from Africa. So the way I've been explaining this since 93, when I graduated from high school, if I'm a white man in Europe and I sailed my boats and went to Africa, I wouldn't take a bunch of black people that I don't know to a foreign land that I've never been to before. That makes no sense. If I was in Europe and I went to Africa to get a bunch of black people, I'm going to take them back to my homeland. I'm going to bring them back to Europe. I'm not going to take a bunch of black people to a land I ain't never been to before, that these people ain't never been to before. That makes no sense. So what I'm trying to say is we are now today are starting to understand that the Atlantic slave trade, that history was taught. That was wrong. So as we start to divulge and bring and come up with new information and start to understand the history here in North America, that's why Black people right now are standing down, not fighting against ICE and getting in that fight. This is the first time that we've all come together, and we need to keep speaking about this. We are all doing something together right now. And we not really putting a button on it. Ain't nobody really speaking on it, but we need to start, because they say we can't come together, we can't do nothing together, but we all are doing something right now as Black people in North America.
Okay, I agree with that part, but I'm still stuck on the Black president's bit because that's what I don't know about.
Okay, I don't have the panel. This is not mine. George Hanson is the last thing I'm going to state on the back of the $2 bill. And I can say, do your research from there. And that will speak on everything from that point on what I'm talking about the United States of the Republic. The history that you've been taught, the history that you know is from the United States of America. And that's where the Reconstruction came in. They removed the Black man off this land in that history that they taught us. They placed us here when Columbus discovered us. The Black man been here way before the 1500s. But that's the history that they taught.
Yeah. I
But
agree.
they teach
Now,
you
I
that
agree
history.
that Black people were already, there was Black people already here.
And it
I
was
think that part is self-evident.
constitutions. They had built the Constitution. And we talk about the Carter, man. Brother, that was a brother that the Carter was for that came from Europe. That was way before Columbus. So it shows that there was government society that was here in North America ran by Black people.
Yes. No, now listen, it was government here because it's a king that was called Tartarian or something like that.
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
And
I heard of
was,
that.
yeah, he
Yes,
was
it was.
ruling over
I'm
here.
talking
And
about the
he held
Magna Carta. The Magna
Yeah.
Carta, if you haven't read it, brother, that's a brother king in Europe.
Yeah,
Writing
Magna
here
Carta.
to the king here in North America.
Yes,
To the
I know the
president.
Magna Carta. The Magna Carta was written after the Norman. It was written after the Norman invasion of 1100.
This is the real history before Columbus got here. That's what they want us to know.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. We got to dive into the real history.
You gotta die. I'm
of
gonna be doing that on this channel because we gotta speak on the pyramids that was here. Like people don't understand that it was pyramids here, and it was.
they gave the tools to build the pyramids in Egypt. Came
Egypt,
out of the
yeah,
Grand
we
Canyons here
Exactly.
in North America.
Traveled over there and went. This is what I'm saying. We got to get to this because a lot of people just think this land wasn't. It wasn't people that was successful in ruling on this land. They think it was just empty and it was just a whole bunch of grass. But I got on code 44 just tapped in. On code 44, man. You just jumped in. Go ahead and give us what you take, man. We having a celebration, bro.
I didn't hear the last bit, but I hopped in and I wasn't able to hear it.
Yeah, just go ahead and give us what you think, man. How you tapped in? How long you been on the channel? I mean, how long you been tapping into the channel?
So crazy story. I couldn't find no other FBA channels besides Black Authority, Torian Rain, and Tariq and Afro Elite. So I made a AI chatbot, and I scraped YouTube, and it led me here. That was what, 2 weeks ago.
Dang, so you did a chat bot to just find you more FBA content. And I pulled up. What video did it pull up?
It pulled up let me see. Where's the video at? Got it saved.
All right, Ricky.
The dude with the Puerto Rican shirt. That's about that long ago.
Before any European. Yeah, I remember when you said that, Bernie Brad. Yeah. But I mean, it's no heat. Huh?
The Byron Donalds video.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah, that was a big one. All right, fam. I appreciate you for tapping in, man.
Yes, sir.
But
go ahead.
What you so that you've been here, man, I like how you feel about the content that we putting out now that we're talking about America, the history of America. Is that something you know about? Like, the pyramids that was here. Are you informed on that?
About the pyramids, I've heard people talk about it. I haven't really looked into it too much. I mainly look into history, you know, going back to the Great Depression and slavery and before, like the, you know, they found cocaine and tobacco in the pyramids in Egypt. There's a video on YouTube about that. The CIA, they stopped doing research about it because, you know, tobacco and cocaine is only present in um in America, in the Americas. So that was something that was informative to me. Um, yeah, that's about as far as it goes for me. But yeah, I was going. Go ahead.
No. So that's good. You knew about more of it, but um, on this channel, I talked about taxes, and we shouldn't be paying taxes, but we should be charging immigrants for taxing. And I had that for like a reparations tax.
A reparation tax.
Yeah, reparation tax on immigrants. I'm gonna kind of be pushing that more, and how I feel like they should be paying taxes to us. How you feel about this immigration thing, man, about ICE? Do you feel like ICE is our problem, or you feel like, you know, ICE is just immigrants' problem?
Now it's an immigrant problem that's got to be dealt with. But if they want to do something about it, all they have to do is just go after the people employing them, especially here in Florida. If they go after the farmers employing them and they put a RICO on them, then that immigration will dry up overnight. So it goes to show that Republicans and Democrats, they obviously don't care about this whole situation that we have and our borders being invaded. So it's evident they don't care. It's just ICE is all this stuff that's going on right now is just it's theatrics to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel you on that. All right, we go I feel you. I feel on Cole. Where you from, man? You 44. You said Florida. You out of Florida?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm touching Georgia. Right.
In Jacksonville. I can hear it in his voice. He's somewhere around there.
Oh, okay. You in
He
Jacksonville.
Duval.
Or
He
Hilliard.
Duval County.
It's another city in
How
Florida
you
that's
know?
huh?
No, because I was in the military. I know people, places, and things. And man, I'm just saying, I don't know for a fact. I'm just guessing. I'm like, you sound like
Oh, you in
the
Jacksonville,
Florida
man?
from
I
Duval
try
type.
not to put. Yeah,
Huh?
you're right. I try not to put my info, but yeah, I'm in Duval.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
If you leave it to some tellers, they try to ask me where I'm from. But yeah, I'm
Right.
from Duval.
Yeah. No, I meant like because I heard you say here in Florida, so I'm like, you know what I'm saying? That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, man. Florida in the building. We're in the building today. That's what's up.
I
But
was gonna ask. Go ahead. Oh,
cool.
my bad.
No, somebody said they was gonna ask. Go ahead and ask that question.
Here's me on code 44. I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
ask, what do you feel about a app or a web app specifically for foundationals? Because you know you do a lot of talking on YouTube, and you know them boys and other people be listening. Just as I can run on these channels and hear, you know, you have trolls and stuff come in. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think we on the Discord is like it's certain apps you gotta get. We went over that. Shout out to Racehead. He gave me a I did a live about this app where you can talk securely on and nobody can break into it. So it is apps for that, and I would love to have something like that, you know, for us, because we kind of we nervous about speaking to each other and making moves over the internet, you know. So I can
Yeah.
understand that we need some kind of security, you know, to make sure that our conversations it ain't being used against us. I'm with that though.
Yeah. I had something else I was gonna add. Something you were saying earlier about it was something along the country where we went wrong with integration.
Mm-hmm.
It was integration, but that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I said like, what did we like? What are some issues that you can point out that what went wrong? The biggest issue, that you could say that's from where we at today. What would you say that is, fam?
A mistake, more on America's mistake was during the Great Depression. My great aunt, she died at 106 years old. A few years back, she told me about the Great Depression because she lived through it, and she didn't. Us Black Americans didn't get bailed out like immigrants got bailed out. I mean, like white Americans got bailed out. White Americans, they were leaving white women at record high numbers. They were the original deadbeat. They were leaving white women at record high numbers during the Great Depression. They was walking away from their families, white babies and women. They was just starving, begging for food, money, and had they gave and the government had to put welfare and all these programs together for them. They didn't do the same thing for us, and had they have done that, we would be in a better place.
I see it the opposite way.
Gotcha.
Because he's right. Because during the New Deal, and during the New Deal, yes, the white people did get aid, but it wasn't extended to Black people until, of course, the late 1960s, early 1970s, and that was what we were talking about with civil rights.
And
welfare was extended to Black people.
And that was a watered down aid. They gave them HOA. It was developed HOA. They got plenty of other things. I have it all written down. I can't go over it all, but they gave them a plethora of things that when we came around, or our ancestors, that when it was time for them to get something, they didn't get jack. All they gave them was EBT and our government SNAP benefits, and that was it in public homes. And the father couldn't even be there, but they gave white families, a home in a suburban neighborhood. They gave them freebies, handouts, and give goodies and giveaways, but they didn't give us nothing.
I would have preferred that they didn't give us anything.
Well, I mean,
okay. Okay, so you're not for us getting reparations?
No, I'm for us getting reparations. That's about justice.
Okay,
I'm just not for sucking on the government's teeth.
Yeah, I got you.
Because prior to what happened, prior to the expansion of welfare, of course, our family, we talk about the 1950s, and everybody says how the Black family was together. Well, it wasn't perfect, but yes, we did have higher marriage rates, because one thing that we overlook in this great war that we're in is dependence. And what happened with welfare is it removed the woman's dependence on the male. And that dependence is necessary for a functioning community of families.
Yeah, hey, let's clear this up, man. I hate when somebody mention the thing reparations. They be acting like we begging the government and this. Look, man. First of all, man, if I let you borrow some money, and I keep coming over there asking for my money, I don't need to hear nobody talking about I'm begging. What you mean I'm begging? You mean you owe me some money? Shoot, what the heck is you talking about? Nobody ain't begging nobody. I'm coming over there asking for my money, just like when they took it from me. Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, I hate when they say that word. We sound like we begging. Man, ain't nobody. How you begging for something that's owed?
I mean, but let's call a spade a spade. A reparation is a legal term. So every time, let's say you go out there and get in a car accident, right? That money that you get to repair your car, that's a reparation. All of that stuff it is what we illegally do. That's why I'm for reparations. All these injustices that took place, I won't even start prior to slavery. I will start with 1776. That was 74 years of slavery and 100 years of Jim Crow. reparations for all of that, because we were done unjustly throughout that entire period. So reparations is a legal term, and the government is bound to pay reparations because it is written in the Constitution. They're
Yeah,
bound
I
to.
don't care what they call it. You call it reparation, a rebate, or reward. We don't care what the term what somebody else created. It's money owed. Man, cut the check. Man, quit playing. That's how I feel. I'm on some Tariq stuff. Yeah, cut the check.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree, cut the check.
Yeah, we're on the same page, but I'm just a little bit more frustrated. I can care less about it at this point in time in my life, but I'm not gonna be that selfish to care about, because what if I pass away before they get it and they end up getting it? I don't care about it, because I'm set in my life. I get mailbox money and got a wife. We good on that, but that don't mean I'm gonna be that selfish and not care about the generations to come. Man, that money's still owed. I don't care if you took my grandfather's land and that was our land to get passed down for generation to generation. It don't belong to you. Give us our stuff back. Let me do. I don't care if we blew it all on drugs or whatever. It don't matter. It's ours. We don't regulate how they spend their money. Don't you worry about if all black people with reparation, they just come buy jewelry and cigarettes. Don't worry about how we spend our money. Don't worry about it, sweetheart.
I'm sorry. 2 cents is cooking.
Right now we are in perfect position to control how we choose to spend our dollar. And if we say as black people in North America, we just not gonna eat chicken for 1 week. We just gonna come together. We just not gonna go eat fast food chicken. We're not gonna buy no chicken in the grocery market. And now we can start affecting different businesses at our will. So these companies don't want their product to be affected. They're going to be willing to maybe pay us a reparation tax. So we don't come together and say, well, we're not going to eat strawberry jam this week. All black people in North America is no longer eating strawberry jam. So we can really affect a lot of. We no longer using Tide this week. All black people that use Tide, we're not buying a certain type of toilet paper. We are doing something right now that he said our influence. We can affect the world on our decisions right now, economically, to where companies will start to pay reparations so they don't get hit. We in that type of position right now.
Big facts. Big facts.
All it requires is organization.
Yeah.
But
get it. But I got a question. I want to get all y'all to answer. We got 10 minutes, then we're gonna get out of here. This is the question. How we talked about pooling our money together to do certain things. If you guys was the head guy in charge over FBA, over, you know what I mean, the Treasury, what would your first order be for us to do financially? If you had the control, and we all gonna listen to what you say, I want to know what you would do first. Let's go with Unspoken Vibes, man, and we'll go over.
Okay, if I was in charge of the Treasury,
You're the president of the Treasury. Anything you want us to do, we gonna do it. Like, how would you set us up? What would be your first executive order?
Okay, since there are some FBAs that are not in the most the best situations, I would honestly set aside a chunk of that fund to help out, no matter where they're located at, as long as they're verified, they're FBA, just to help them out, whatever their situation may be. That would be my first thing. Then we can kind of work towards building the community or taking steps through a council-like process. About what we feel best, or what we feel would be the most efficient and effective way to maximize what money and funds we do have. That's how I would do it. It might not be perfect, but it's a start.
It's a start. Okay. We want to hear everybody. So 2 cents. We got you, man. You the president. FBA. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to pool our money together. We're trying to make moves. You the president. What executive orders are you making? The first one.
Mm. First one, we're gonna go after all the businesses we want canceled because I know we already got. I was kind of shocked when I seen the numbers. We are like the biggest like spending power type of thing in the United States. It's some staggering numbers in the trillions. I'm like, what? Yeah, if we actually cut them off like that, what basically cut their water off, they in trouble. So that's the first one I'm gonna do. Second one I'm gonna make sure I wear a mask because I'm not gonna do that thing. This is the reason why Tariq don't do that. I ain't no leader, and he's not. You don't want to do that because that puts a target on your back. So yes, we'll get away from. They don't know who to go after because you cut one head off, another one pop up type of deal. So yeah, it's kind of shaky. But this is in closing, right? Can I say this in closing?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I was about. I don't know if you was closing short or not. Sound like it, but I had to go. Shut it down myself. But I was just gonna say this part. If you, when I think about how this universe and the world works, thank God that He let other people do other things to make it disadvantage to us. Because the way I raised and the way I know life to be as a black man, you got to cheat to make it fair. I really feel that if you didn't cheat, you don't have a fair fight. So that's how I walk around life. I know these people. I don't care. I'm not pointing out one particular race. I know you, senior, know you. All the races. I know you have to cheat to even make it a fair fight. Thank God that He gave them the knowledge to cheat and how to cheat to even make it a fair fight. And I had to say that before I left because I know who our people are. Thank God for making me who I am. I appreciate you, Water God, and everybody on the panel.
Salute.
Salute, well.
Take that. Dead set. Anime, man. You the president of Black America. You know what I mean? We all united. We got our money together. What is your executive order?
3 things. First of all, the money would only go to families, black families with children. Of course, we're talking about a family, and that will be with an incentive to grow our population. So, single mothers who can't be in the program if they aren't living under the oversight of a man. That's the first thing. Second thing, our children will have to go to those children or those families who are part of that program will have to go to our approved schools so that those children can be indoctrinated into our cause. And so therefore, when they grow up, there won't be any questioning about, it's sort of like King of Prussia. Give me the child and I'll turn him into a citizen. We want to turn people into citizens with our point of view. And then the last thing would be to basically start our own schools. Because education it sits at the core of all of this. So no, we're not trying to take care of a bunch of single people because our whole goal is to grow our numbers, which is where the power is, and then indoctrinate the children that come from those unions.
Makes sense. On code 44, man. Floyd in the building. You the president, man. We got, you got all the, you control over the billions and the trillions. What are your executive orders that we got? We got King tutoring next, man. But what you got on code 44? On code, you there, family?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Personally, I would go after platforms like Spotify who enable, Hispanic rappers, people like Fat Joe, D Baby, different Hispanic artists, who've been denigrating the black community, saying the N-word and getting enriched off the culture for a long time, and get their music took down. Something I've been working on doing right now. Basically get their music taken down and focus on spending our money with black owned businesses, and like the brother said before me, schooling. We have to if you want your child to learn our history, especially in Florida, it's not going to be taught in public schools. You have to teach it at home. if you don't teach it at home, they're never going to learn, especially in this day and age. And that's all I got on my mind right now.
Gotcha on code 44. All right, King tutoring, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The first thing for me is called Green Book Economics. It's something that's universal from our ancestors on down to the youngest that can understand what I'm speaking about when I said the Green Book. You know, that's what you had. That's what you had to pick up when you was traveling on the road, where to eat, what restaurants to visit. It was like the Underground Railroad updated. You know what I'm saying? To know how to be free, to know how to keep entertainment and making that money. So, bottom line is what I'm doing is maybe bringing together a think tank of people that's going to get the information out, because it's all about the economics, what companies and what businesses that we're targeting. We're going to have the industry shook because we spend our discretionary income well over $2 trillion a year, well over that. So they're going to be afraid to know where we're spending our discretionary income. And that goes for all Black Americans. So it's called the Green Book the Economic Green Books, because this is going to put the word out and the information, like the Blacks right now in North America sitting back, not engaging in this fight with ICE. The Green Book of Economics is going to be all ages, all the people in the churches, the elders and the grannies and the youth. They're waiting to hear, hey, what's the next spot we're not doing? Oh, we're not using Clorox this week. Oh yeah, I heard about that. So that's what I would start. That's what I would implement, the Green Book Economic Plan for people.
Listen, I'm loving it, man. Everything that y'all said makes sense, bro. We got to build on this. We're going to keep having topics like this on my channel and try to keep it to where we can, brainstorm off ideas. But I appreciate you. Shout out to Unspoken Vibes, Dead Set, Anime, On Code 44, King Twitter, everybody who was on the panel, 2 cents. The mods, Mickey, Call Dog, everybody who supported this, man. This was a good talk, man. We gotta I'm gonna have to chop this up, man, and let the world hear some of this, because I think we had some good ideas. And I like to have talks like this, man. I appreciate y'all. But yeah, this was the 10K celebration, long night, but we're gonna have more of these, man. But yeah, man, if y'all want to close them out, we're gonna close it out. FBA family, y'all want to say something on closing before we get up out of here?
Oh yeah, I'll start off first since I'm up top. Once again, congrats on the 10K, well deserved. Also, shout out to everybody in the chat, and also the panel tonight was amazing. The panel usually is amazing, but tonight everybody was cooking. I really enjoyed even just hearing it and getting to be a part of it. So yeah, shout out to everybody. Shout out to you, Word of God. Peace.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. I'll go next. I enjoy having a disagreement without having to yell at somebody.
That's what we do over here. Yeah.
Yes, and it was good pushback. So I got some things to look up, and I can go from there. So good panel though. I just discovered you tonight.
For real?
Yes, sir.
That's crazy, man. Salute, man. Make sure you tap in. I like hearing your points too, man. So definitely make sure you tap in with us. We appreciate you having you on, fam.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Take it easy, bro. On Code 44, man. You want to close us out? I know you've been with us. On Code. Yeah, you there?
Yeah, it was a good show. And I really don't got nothing else to add other than everybody just work with your if you whatever city you in. Out here in Florida, we got elections coming up. Don't stay on the couch. And we got fish back in Florida. I obviously ain't voting for them, but I am in close contact with them. And even if it means going out and letting other people know about if you might have somebody run against your interests, like Byron Donalds, against Black Americans' interests, not for reparations. Go out, split that vote. That's what I'm doing. I got other people split their vote and get the opposing person votes to go out and make other people aware of them. I'm not doing it in the black community, but I'm going out to the white community and, letting people know about them. And that's really all I got to say.
Oh man, appreciate you on Code 44. Appreciate you for tapping in, bro. That was good. King Tutoring, man. We appreciate you having on. Go ahead and close us out, man, and give us some of that FBA love, bro.
Oh, thank you, my brother. My whole thing is about the black economic. We asking for reparations. I think we need to show why we need it and why we are standing together as one. It's the perfect time to show them that they better pay us these reparations by any means necessary, or we can start affecting the economy by our buying power that we use our discretionary income with. All we just need is all we need is right now is just a little direction.
Big fact. Big fact. I'm with you.
So that's what I want to say on close out right now. We asking for trillions. We control trillions with our buying power as black people in North America. And we need to put that to use, put that into power to make it pay us reparations.
Big facts. Big facts, man. Big facts. Man, if y'all haven't joined the Discord, y'all join our Discord. It's in the I put it in there, man. Join the Discord so we can stay connected, man. We got a good group of people. I feel like y'all very educated. We all very educated, and we'll be able to make some moves, but we don't want to put everything out here, but we want to have a little, a little backup that where we can communicate with each other, send some codes and everything. But yes, we support. I always end this out by supporting black businesses, guys, because some of these black businesses, no other cultures, the immigrants, they're not gonna go there, and we're all we got. So we got to make sure when we go out, we spending our money with us, because that's gonna have us have jobs and our businesses can hire us. So that's how we close it out, man. But I love and appreciate everybody, man, for tapping in. Congratulations to little Big Mama Jones. She became a grandma today. Everybody that's been holding me down on the channel, bro. I appreciate y'all. We're gonna have more coming, man. And definitely what I do is what y'all do. I'm a water treatment specialist, man. I'm gonna have more about this, how we can get some things going in y'all area that we can help people with water treatment. So we just got a lot of things going on the economic side. So y'all stay tapped in on this channel, because this is where we focusing on the money. Okay, we want to all money in, no money out. But I love and appreciate y'all, man. I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one. Y'all know how we do. Peace, love, health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. I'll catch y'all on the next video. Yeah.